Armand, if you turn off your video, please. Okay, Peter, if you'd turn off your camera, we'll get started. Well, good morning and welcome to the second day of the ISSR&D technical sessions. A few of us had a good session this morning at 3 a.m. Eastern time. I think it was around mid-afternoon Tokyo time, mid-morning European time, and we had some tremendous discussions on commercialization of the ISS. And now we're going to have a full day of sessions with some great discussions and some very interesting material. My name is Alan DeLuna. I'm the president of the American Astronautical Society. And the American Astronautical Society, or the AAS, is a nonprofit technical society founded back in 1954. Our mission is to advance all science, space, and exploration activities. We do that through our well-known symposia like the Goddard Symposia, the Glenn Symposia, and the Von Braun Symposia. The Von Braun is coming up in October 12th through 14th. So you look at our website, astronautical.org, and so you might want to attend that Von Braun Symposium. We also have some amazing technical conferences like our Astrodynamics Specialist Conference, our Spaceflight Mechanics Meeting, and our Guidance, Navigation, and Control Conference. You can find out about all these symposia and the technical conferences, again, on the website, astronautical.org. That's astronautical, astronautical.org. And we also partner with other folks in some of our conferences. In this one, we partner with folks at the ISS National Labs. And we lead the effort on the technical sessions, and the ISS National Labs leads the effort on the plenary sessions. So make sure you connect with us on social media such as Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. We want to thank our sponsors for the ISSR&D conference, our silver sponsors, Airbus, KBR, Leidos, Northrop Grumman, Sierra Space, Space Tango, Celadine Brown Engineering and Innovation Technology Development Team of the University of Alabama, And our thanks to the exhibitors, Jacobs Engineering and Tech Shop. And also like to point out that Boeing is the sponsor of this, our main sponsor of this for the past 8 or 9 years. So thank you very much for Boeing. Our agenda for the day, we have 6 sessions for the rest of the day. We have 15-minute breaks between each session with a 45-minute break at 10:15 a.m. Eastern New York time. And we expect to wrap up at 4:45 Eastern New York time. We will be starting our sessions on time, and we will be stopping them within a minute or two of the advertised time. So you have time for potty breaks between sessions. You can ask questions using the Q&A tool located on the bottom of your screen. Just look down at the bottom and you'll see the little bubbles with the name Q&A on it. Go in there and type in your questions for any of the panelists. You can go in and you can upvote questions that you want to ask. So if you see another question that you think is really pressing, go in and upvote that, and it will perhaps get asked. With that, let's get started. Our second session of the day, first session of the day for most of you today, is Human Health in Space. Our session chair is Peter Battenberg of HQ Space. And Peter, if you'd come on and introduce your panelists and the topics that they're going to present.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear and see me?
Yep, we can see you.
Wonderful. So welcome to the Human Health in Space session number 1 today. We have 4 speakers on our program. We'll start with a presentation by Navita Vakol he's a biomedical engineer, biomedical engineering PhD student at the Laboratory for Stem Cells and Tissue Engineering at the Columbia University in New York City. He will be talking about engineered human tissues for assessing cosmic radiation damage. Our second speaker will be Pavan Fogani, scientist associate at the Emory University of Atlanta in the US, and she will be presenting on simulated microgravity enhances the maturation of human-induced pluripotent stem cell-derived cardiomyocytes. Mispronunciation. Third speaker will be Armand de Cosa, bioscience staff scientist at the Los Alamos National Laboratory in Los Alamos, and we'll be presenting on a genomics investigation of the human gut microbiome and microgravity using cell gel micro droplets at the community cultivation strategies. And last speaker for this first Human Health in Space session today will be Mathieu Garot from the Canadian Space Agency at the Saint-Hubert in Quebec. And he will be presenting on the Canadian Space Agency utilization activities on the International Space Station. If you have questions, please use the Q&A box. Make sure you also let me know to who you are asking the question, and you can answer them while you see the presentations. And after the round of presentations, we'll have a panel discussion with the presenters. So enjoy the session, and we'll talk again at the end of the presentations.
Thank you, Peter. And when I try to read all those long titles with the hard words, I end up going blah, 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 big word, big word. So it is a challenge. You guys don't understand what our session chairs go through. They go through all your presentations before. They go through that horror story of having to go through all the titles, and then they're going to get stuck with having to ask you guys intelligent questions. So thank you, Peter. And Kelsey, if we could, or Abigail, can we run the presentations now, please? All right, we're working on getting the audio back up for you guys. Some people can hear it, some cannot. So we're going to go back and try to get it up. Just hold on.
Hi, my name is Naveed Tavakol, and I'm a PhD candidate at Columbia University under the advisement of Dr. Gordana Vujnyak-Novakovic. I'm really thankful to be here at the NASA ISS Research and Development Conference, and I'm excited to talk about our work on engineered human tissues for assessing cosmic radiation damage. So there are a variety of different risks associated with space travel, one of which is the risk of cosmic radiation. So it's widely understood that radiation has a variety of different effects on humans in the scope of radiation toxicity in cancer therapy as well as accidental exposure on Earth. But in space travel, we don't necessarily understand the effects of galactic cosmic rays, and the effects of traveling to the International Space Station or deep space travel to the Moon and Mars poses a variety of different risks to human health that we still don't understand. And so to that end, we're hoping to develop new model systems, including engineered human tissues, to help assess the radiation risks in an envisioned Mars mission. And so what we're really trying to do in our work is look at the associated risks for a Mars mission, or what we understand and predict now, so acute radiation toxicities, arrhythmias, transformation of blood and immune cells, sensory motor damage, etc., and then use engineered human organs or organs on a chip that are human bioengineered systems that are able to be scalable and then incorporate aspects of the tissue microenvironment in helping create a better model of a human system in vitro. And so these approaches are often personalized, with human stem cells being used, and allow for organ crosstalk as well as disease modeling. And so what we're doing here is really using these models to create a patient-specific, or in this case an astronaut-specific, model of individual organs or organs in tandem, and then study the effects of radiation. And so what we did here is expose our engineered tissues of the bone marrow and the heart muscle to different doses of radiation, and then study the functional, structural, and molecular effects of this radiation over a longer period of culture time. So when we looked at the effects of radiation on our different engineered tissues, we saw that there was a decreased proliferative capacity of our bone marrow tissues in response to radiation, with CD45 positive blood counts as our metric of proliferative cells here. And then when we added a radioprotective drug, GCSF, granulocyte colony stimulating factor, we were actually able to see an increase in mitigation of this radiation damage in these cultures. When we looked at the irradiated groups a little bit further, we actually noticed that with single-cell transcriptomics that we were able to see a myeloid bias, or differentiation bias of these hematopoietic cells in the lineage specification over 3 weeks of culture. And so this means that the cells themselves are being pushed into a different lineage of differentiation that's commonly associated with different malignancies, including aging as well as cancer. In the engineered human cardiac muscle, we were able to, and I'll play the video here, see that our engineered cardiac tissues were able to show different metrics of functionality, but when responding to radiation, the excitation threshold, so the amount of the minimum voltage necessary to stimulate the tissues, this was actually greater for the irradiated groups. So it gives us an indication that these tissues are less functional than their healthy counterparts. So in summary, organs on a chip can be used to model different diseases, in this case radiation toxicity, for studying translational medicine. In this work, we looked at patient-specific bone marrow and cardiac muscle models to help answer specific questions of cosmic radiation damage. And then in the future, we're hoping to look at how a crosstalk between different engineered organs can help enable a more realistic and mimetic model of an astronaut on a chip. And so for this work, I want to thank the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, TRISH, for supporting us, and their consortium of incredible investigators working to solve issues of space health with engineered tissues. And I want to thank my lab, especially my advisor, Dr. Gordana Vunjak-Novakovic, for her support for this project and also everything she's done for me and my PhD, as well as our collaborators, Dr. David Brenner and Dr. Cam Leong, specifically on these projects. So I can open it up for questions after this.
Hi everyone, my name is Parveen Porgani. I'm Associate Scientist at Emory University, and today I'm going to provide a quick summary on one of my projects titled as Simulated Microgravity Enhances the Maturation of Human-Induced Pluripotent Stem Cell-Derived Cardiomyocyte. This project has been going more than a year, and I would start with a quick summary on this project. In the project summary, we would respond to why do we start this project and how. So why do we start this project? One of the most important key features of iPSC-derived cardiomyocyte to use as a model is maturation. On the other side, we have enough evidence of microgravity effect on cardiac cells. So we came up with this idea that combining tissue engineering with simulated microgravity can accelerate iPSC-derived cardiomyocyte maturation. Our aim was to understand more about cellular and molecular effect of microgravity on iPSC-derived cardiomyocyte with this hope that it can help for using of these cells as a sort of heart disease model or in cell-based therapy in the future. How we run this project? We use RPM machine, that is a random positioning machine that believes that mimic microgravity that we have in the space, in combination with the maturation medium used to see the molecular and functional alteration post-differentiation of iPSC-derived cardiomyocyte in 2 different time points. Okay, this is my experimental plan. 2 groups, 2 different durations, 7 days and 14 days, started at 2 different days post-differentiation, but ending at the same time point. As you can see, the 28th was considered as a day of outcome measurement. So then we use different approaches to evaluate cellular and molecular and functional changes that can consider as a hallmark for maturation. At the bottom, you can see our RPM machine, how easily it can fit inside of the incubator, and it can produce microgravity and mimic microgravity that we have in the space. Okay, so far our findings are representative of significant changes in terms of molecular and functional aspects of iPSC-derived cardiomyocyte. For sure, it needs further works to open up downstream pathway that they are involved here, and more focus on the calcium handling, on metabolomic, and I would more than happy to hear your question and comments at the Q&A section. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Armand Dichosa, a staff scientist at Los Alamos National Laboratory's Bioscience Division. It's an honor to be here to present our team's pilot project entitled Genomics Investigation of the Human Gut Microbiome in Microgravity, using gel microdroplets and community cultivation strategies. Certain bacteria have been shown to increase in bacterial pathogenicity and antimicrobial susceptibility when grown under the stressful condition of microgravity. These bacteria fall under the phylogenetic groups of the proteobacteria and the firmicutes, known associates of the human microbiome. The purpose of our work is to take a look at the effects of microgravity on the human gut microbiome and use genomics to try to understand what changes may occur in the community composition and identify bacteria that could be recovered post-flight from the ISS. We employed two cultivation strategies, one rooted in gel microdroplets and single-cell genomics for the purpose of viably isolating bacteria post-flight from the ISS, and bulk community strategies where bacteria are allowed to grow with its native consortium and use genomics to try to identify and understand any community changes in the bacterial communities. Our GMD cultivation strategy resulted in 120 sequenced phylotypes and 58 viable isolates for archived as glycerol stocks. Our GMD cultivation strategies resulted in the identification of 4 different gram-positive bacterial genera, all of which may have ties to human health. Our bulk community strategies also found potential trends in individual bacterial OTUs over time during flight. Our study also found potentially novel bacteria at every taxonomic level that have little to no representation in the reference database. Collectively, our bulk community and gel microdroplet cultivation strategies identified novel and unrepresented bacteria of the human gut microbiome, and our work identified trends in OTU relative abundances that may have effects to human health. In this presentation, I will explain each of the cultivation strategies, provide details into the bioinformatic pipelines for each portion of the overall study, and detail key findings of the identified bacterial taxa with particular focus on those taxa that may have potential relevancies to human health. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Mathieu Caron from the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm the head of the ISS Project Implementation and Payloads Development Group. It is a pleasure to be here and to welcome you to this executive briefing on CSA's utilization activities on the International Space Station. Earlier this year, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the arrival of the Canadarm2 on the space station. Although CSA's main contribution to the ISS revolves around our robotic systems, we have focused our utilization activities on human health research in space. Over the years, Canada has made an effective use of the ISS as an on-orbit research platform in order to contribute to the identification, characterization, and mitigation of the risks of long-duration human spaceflight. So we actively support radiation monitoring, cardiovascular, neuroscience, bone loss, psychosocial adaptation, and space anemia studies using ISS crew as subjects, as well as the development of instruments which will enable these and other research. The benefits of this research not only applies to astronauts in space, but is also of great benefit to aging and sedentary populations all around the world. We are currently wrapping up a number of our recent investigations, and these have looked at the nutrient environment present in the ISS pressurized volume, the effect of the microgravity environment on the astronauts' bone structure and blood cell production, and even the psychosocial adaptation of the astronauts to a multinational crew confined in low Earth orbit. Other studies are currently in the full swing of their data collection phase, and they look at the microgravity effect on the astronauts' cardiovascular system, on their ability to perceive motion, and their capacity to orient themselves. We have also just begun collecting data for a new study seeking to better understand the spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, or SANS, which affects up to 75% of astronauts. The Biomonitor and Bioanalyzer instruments were launched to the ISS in December 2018 and April 2019, respectively, to further support and facilitate scientific research in the context of human space exploration. The Biomonitor is a smart shirt allowing continuous measurement of several astronaut physiological parameters without interfering with their activities. It combines numerous devices into one wireless, easy-to-use garment that measures and records data such as pulse and electrical activity of the heart, blood pressure, breathing rate and volume, skin temperature, blood oxygen saturation, and physical activity levels. The biomonitor saved the data on a small recording device held in the shirt's pocket to be downlinked at a later date. The Bioanalyzer allows in situ analysis of biological samples, thereby providing a snapshot of an astronaut's physiological status on the ISS. By processing samples on board the station, the Bioanalyzer makes blood draws much easier by only requiring a finger prick sample. It maintains the quality of the samples as it does not need to be frozen, and enables new testing such as specific cell counts. The Bioanalyzer then frees up valuable storage space on board the station and cargo ships that usually transport frozen materials back to Earth. The MicroPrep is a Canadian lab-on-a-chip technology that is based on centrifugal microfluidics. Designed to serve as a rack-mounted payload facility on board the ISS, it uses smartphone-sized microfluidic chips designed for microgravity. From a sample of body fluids, MicroPrep technology can isolate multiple macromolecules such as DNA, proteins, or rare cells, making it possible to assess immune system state, inflammation, bone loss, or radiation effects. This will therefore extend the capabilities of other ISS analysis instruments already on orbit, such as the Bioanalyzer. In the years to come, Canadian studies performed on the ISS and supported by the CSA will continue to focus on identifying and mitigating the effects of space on astronauts' health in order to make space travel safer. We look forward to contributing to the success of longer missions to more distant destinations by ensuring the well-being of astronauts through enhanced medical autonomy. We are happy to be part of the upcoming Lunar Gateway. Canada will develop and contribute a smart robotic system, the Canadarm3, that will repair and maintain the outpost. This participation will also mean for Canada new opportunities for lunar science, technology demonstration and commercial activities, as well as 2 astronauts' flights to the moon. Thank you for taking the time to learn about CSA activities. I encourage you to consult our full-length briefing for more information. Thank you again and have a great day.
Okay, thank you, all you panelists, for the executive briefings you put up. I actually enjoyed those, and I understood about half of it, so thank you very, very much. Now, if all the panelists would please turn on their cameras. To Amand, Avan. Here comes the last one. Pavan, if you'd open your camera, please. Let me ask him to on the system. And I can't find how to ask him, so let's just go ahead and move forward, Peter, with the Q&A.
Yeah, thank you, Alan, and welcome everyone to the Q&A. I see that you've been actively submitting questions already, so we'll get started on that. But first, let me welcome Mr. Tavakol, Mr. Dichosa, and Mr. Curran to the panel, and hopefully we'll have Ms. Vagani here soon as well. Thank you very much for your presentations. These are the brief summaries, and for those who haven't done that, so I recommend you to look into the longer presentations they've created. They are packed with information that is very interesting on the activities that they have performed. And with that, I'd like to start with the first question, and that is to Mr. Tavakol from Mariam. If we were able to protect the skin or engineer the skin tissues in a way that it will become resistant to radiation, will we still need to engineer other organs?
So I think this is a good question. I don't know the answer to this, but I do think that this would kind of fall into the same idea that if you have like a spacecraft or something that the astronauts are wearing themselves, that would also protect them. So I think you would still need to focus on whatever will happen to the tissues within the body. Oh, I guess, yeah. So I'm not 100% sure. I don't think our tissues would be able to give an answer to this, at least what the work that we're doing.
I think it's a fair answer, because it's a difficult thing, and radiation is a difficult thing to protect from. Marion has a follow-up question, which is, have you been successful with any cell structures which are dealing with metabolizing free radicals better than typical tissues?
So yeah, this is a really good question. We haven't yet looked at this, but our organs that we're using right now are organs that are known to be affected by this free radical damage. So using scavengers or other systems to help prevent some of this damage is something that we'll look into the future. Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I have a question from Rosa for Dr. Dicosa. Did you identify any eukaryote species, fungi, yeast, etc.? Or are you planning to study these in the future?
Yes. Hi, everybody. That's a great question, the direct answer is no. Unfortunately, not. We haven't gone to that far to include that domain of life at this particular point. But your question really does underlie the motivation of this particular study, is to take a look at the holistic view of what's going on in the human gut, specifically under the stressful conditions of microgravity. So I would definitely want to add on to that, to your question, that we really need to take a look not only at not only at the interactions between the bacteria and the eukarya that's present in our gut, but as well as the viral load that's present in there as well. All of these interplay in the human gut, and I'd even add on that it's going to be unique to every individual. So with the great talks that we had, particularly that advocates toward human tissues on a chip, this hopefully would lead to that concept of having a human gut on a chip as well.
Wonderful. Then let me go through the many questions that are coming in. So I see that the question with the multi-organ on the chip model, that was also already answered, I believe. Do we have Dr. Forgani yet online? No. Then we.
I'm sorry, Peter. Dr. Forgani is having difficulty with the video, and if we get the doctor in, we will certainly add her to the system. But right now, she's having difficulty speaking and seeing.
Understood. And we'll wait and hope that she will be able to join a little bit later. I have a question for Mr. Caron from Suchesna, if I pronounce that correctly. Bioanalyzer question: have any studies been conducted about harmful effects of continuous sensors monitoring for so many hours to the body?
Thank you very much for your question. I think the question pertains more to the biomonitor, so the garment, the instrumented garment that we're talking about. We haven't looked specifically at the comfort level, although the astronauts have freely reported any issues with that. Right now, the shirt has been designed to be worn for up to 48 hours. One of our studies has used it for 72 hours in a row. In terms of comfort, these shirts are designed to be custom fitted to make sure that they're adjusted. And as you can imagine, microgravity, things tend to float up. And as a result, there's a little flap that goes in between the astronaut's legs. And if the garment is not well fitted, you can understand that it will introduce some discomfort. So it is a challenge because of fluid shift. We're constantly learning on how to improve the comfort of those shirts. So the duration is not an artifact of the shirt's design, but rather of the experimental requirements. So right now, our design case is 48 hours, but it's mainly to support any kind of research using this instrument.
Perfect, thank you. I think that answers the questions that were answered by, or the questions that were asked by the participant. There was a question from Ben Mertens for Dr. Tovakol, which actually related to a question that I also have. The question is, do you grow tissues in microgravity or on the ground and then send them up there for investigation? Now, for me, this was also not entirely clear where you are yet, so I'm curious to hear on what the plans are for microgravity research.
So our work itself isn't really looking at microgravity. We have in the past sent, and people have done this for many years, sent samples that they've engineered on the ground and then sent that up to space. There is a program that I can speak of for some of this work where people are sending these tissues that they make on Earth and then send it to space. So the National Institutes of Health in the US has a program called Chips in Space where they specifically engineer tissues to send up to space. And so our work is mostly working on the ground and studying the effects of radiation on Earth with like simulated space radiation. But for the people studying it at the ISS or sending their samples up to space, I think they probably have a better idea of how microgravity is affecting their tissue samples.
Thank you. Let's see. There's a question. So I have I think it's a question here that is, I think directed to Mr. Caron. But Marion, please let me know if I misinterpret this. The question is whether there's any data available from the Bigelow module, how successful it was in terms of radiation protection, meteorite safety, temperature preservation. Now, I know that this is not a strictly CSA project, but maybe you have more information on it to answer these questions. Answer this question.
I'll give it a try. As part of the Radian 2 experiment, over the last 10 years, we've been placing neutron detectors all over the space station, and we did indeed get the opportunity to put them in the Bigelow module. At this point, though, I can't report on any findings. I don't know the answer to that question, but that's also a question that we're asking ourselves, because since Bigelow represents a fundamentally different way of approaching space structures, we're also looking forward to seeing what kind of protective environment it provides. Unfortunately, though, from a neutron standpoint, we don't have any data that I can share at this point.
So that's for a future.
Absolutely.
Well, the other questions are still coming in, and for those who are submitting a question, please make sure to let me know to who you are asking the question, because sometimes for me it's not straightforward from the question to who you're asking the question. But I have a question here to Dr. Taverkel. Are you focusing on specific organ regenerative tissue? And are you reprogramming, differentiating them for study, or what kind of cells you're working as cumulative model?
Yeah,
so you understand the question.
So yeah, I don't fully understand, but I think to try to answer this the best I can. So we're focusing on tissues specifically that are either most likely to be damaged by radiation, and or organs that like in the acute effects and also long-term effects. And so that's the goal of our work, and to basically use IPS systems, so models that have capabilities of being able to take a patient blood sample, or in this case, an astronaut's blood, make their specific cells and tissues from this, and then study those specific effects. Then we'll basically get a better idea of one specific astronaut and what will happen to them when they're going to space, to develop better radiation countermeasures and other countermeasures to prevent any damage to that astronaut. For studying regeneration, the field, like our field itself, tissue engineering, does focus on regenerating other tissues in cases of injury and damage and disease. And so for this project, we're not really focusing on regeneration in that context, but other work, like stem cell work like this, can be used towards that in the future. But I think that's still a ways to go.
thank you. Another question for Mr. Caron, which is another technology question. I've not heard of it, but the question is if everyone ever tried to have locally generated magnetic field for radiation protection. Now, I know it's been theorized. I'm not aware of it, but maybe you know more.
Yeah, no, I saw the question earlier on, and it is a very good question. I'm not aware of any efforts in that direction on the ISS. What I would say is that, well, first of all, since we focus on neutron detection, they would not be affected by a magnetic field. However, based on my experience on the ISS, introducing an electromagnetic field in an environment where EMI is such a big challenge, I could see how it would possibly introduce some complications for the surrounding systems or experiments. So for that reason, I would find it a little difficult to implement that particular scheme on the space station.
Indeed. But it's always an interesting concept to have, and maybe hopefully in the future we'll see it happening. I have a question for Mr. Dichosa, and which is on your future plans for your research. Now, in your presentation, full presentation, you hint a little bit more on the next steps, and I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit more on what the next steps are for your research.
The next steps. Well, I'm happy to say that we were funded for another round to go back into space. And as I mentioned in the full presentation, that is going to be focused more on trying to isolate bacteria. We've done it already in this first round. The second round is going to be focusing more on trying to get more of the bacteria from the human gut, particularly those that are not well represented. But we do want to focus on bacteria that's either have potential relation to pathogenicity, or two, on the flip side, bacteria that may be probiotic in some sense. So we want to use the gel microdroplet technology to isolate these bacteria, characterize them by sequencing the whole genome, full annotations, and trying to reconstruct their biochemical pathways. And then simultaneously from those particular isolates, do full physiological characterizations as well. Then come back to the table and see if these truly are either pathogenic or potentially pathogenic, i.e. being enriched in microgravity, or if they could be used in some way of a natural probiotic to prevent diseases as a function of long-term space travel.
In your presentation, you also mentioned that the impact of COVID was not really happening on the launch, the execution, but it was on the time before you could start working on the samples afterwards.
Yes.
So you mentioned in the paper that might be an impact on the
viability.
Do you foresee potential reflights or part of the experiment to see if there is any difference if it wasn't stored so long in -80 afterwards?
Right. Yeah, you definitely hit it on the head. And one of the other underlying motivations to go back and do this study again is to see if that long-term storage that we experienced affected the viability overall. So we definitely want to address that as well. As you've seen in the study or in the full presentation, it seemed as though that the majority of the longer stored samples biased toward gram-positive bacteria. Now, whether or not they're hardier than the gram-negatives and so on, we don't know. But such is one of the questions that we want to try to answer as well. So, great question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Caron, and I think it's related to the blood sample tool. Are you able to assess insulin resistance and mitochondrial function semi-continuously?
Okay, semi-continuously. Right now, if you look at the Bioanalyzer, it's still undergoing commissioning, so we're not quite ready to using it for those studies. However, we have a study, for instance, vascular aging, that looks at insulin resistance, and we rely on the collection of blood samples at different points during an astronaut's expedition on the space station. Unfortunately, we're limited in the number of times of samples we can take. Right now, we're limited to typically 2 data collection sessions, one roughly a month after their arrival on the space station and one roughly 1 month before their return. And they rely on frozen blood samples that come back on the ground. Now, our hope is, by making the blood sample process simpler and with new instruments, that we'll be able to augment the number of samples taken during an expedition, but also minimize the loss of those samples due to issues with their return or refrigeration.
All right, thank you. So unfortunately, I see that Dr. Forgani is still not able to join us. That's unfortunate. I do believe she's also can type answers to the question. There's a question from Rosa. So Dr. Forgani, if you have the opportunity to perhaps type an answer to the question, I think Rosa would appreciate it. I'll scan through the questions that will keep coming in, but I wanted to ask a question to the 3 presenters that we have now here, and we'll go in order of the presentation. What was your, let's say, most surprising result or biggest, let's say, aha moment of the research that you've performed and presented on, and for Mr. Carol on the activities that were outlined in the presentation. So, Dr. Tavakol, please take the floor and share your aha moment with us, if you like.
For our research?
Yes. So, was there any surprising results or new insight that you that surprised you or was very welcome to you? Let's say.
Yeah, for us, I mean, the surprising thing for me and the most exciting thing for me is that we are learning how to use these tissues that we've used for so many different applications for drug toxicity screening or disease modeling in more traditional contexts, and then applying it to studying space radiation and the effects on human health in space. I think is something that I never expected to study, but I think is a very interesting area that has really brought us closer to a lot of other work happening. So it falls, and what's interesting to me is that you really see that this falls into traditional diseases that happen in the human body. So what we see in some of the results that we've been finding are that some of our tissues have the type of progression you would see in cancer. And it's really cool because then you can compare what you're getting in studies of space radiation or studies of space health to what other human diseases are here on Earth. And I think that's the most interesting part of the work that we're doing.
Dr. Dichosa, any big revelations, big aha moments or surprises on your side for your research?
Yeah, no, that was a great question. I was definitely not ready to answer that as well. But no, that was really good. I think the mechanisms that we used, particularly the gel microdroplets, which was purposed to try to get whole isolates, viable isolates from the human gut. I was surprised before the flight and after. Before the flight, we had to do our EBTs and make sure that it was that the consistency and the integrity of these gel microdroplets would be intact, after being frozen. So to find that they did remain intact during the EBT process was a great revelation to me, because we've never done anything like that before. But after the flight, as you mentioned earlier, because it was stored there 3-4 months longer than what it should have been, when we got our samples back and ran them on my flow cytometer to see that they did remain intact, that was just a nice breath of fresh air to be relieved, that kind of thing, which obviously allowed us to do the downstream work. So with that, it gave another feather in our cap with that particular technology. But overall, I guess another aha moment, I guess, would be the way that we sort of analyze the data by taking a look at all of the genomics and try to quantify and come up with different ways to look at the data and infer the trends that we spoke of a little bit earlier. To try to take a look at all of this set of data and make sense out of it was in itself a challenge. So I think moving forward, these processes would be a lot easier to organize and present a lot more cohesively in future presentations as well. So yeah.
It's one of the beautiful things about doing research. Mr. Caron, I know the CSSA is doing many things, but let's say particularly related to the topics you addressed in the presentation, or maybe in general.
I'll give you a more general answer because you're talking to an engineering manager and not really a research scientist. But two observations. First of all, it confirmed that space is hard. So even when we developed protocols on the ground or instruments on the ground, and then everything changes once it gets on orbit. I talked about the Bioanalyzer. We're talking about small levels of fluids, even tiny micro bubbles that you'll never see on the ground can really trip you up once you're on orbit. So, even if you have the best thing on the ground, until you've verified it on orbit, it remains to be proven. The second thing was the pandemic has shown us that what we've developed for on-orbit operations is remarkably well suited to the pandemic setting. Whether we talk about remote research or remote telemedicine, really for some of our experiments, one in particular that relied on centers in Europe, USA, and Canada, and multiple centers everywhere, well, really the operations continued very, very smoothly. Whereas if you looked on the ground for our ground data collection sessions where we relied on people actually traveling, then we had to take adjustments and really try to adapt what we had developed for space, but for the data collections on the ground. So that was quite interesting, and it opens the door for like as I mentioned, like remote medicine. If you look at remote villages in northern Canada for us, or I'm sure that can be applied elsewhere in the world. So that was a fascinating aspect that we'd like to look into more.
So COVID has revealed another surprising spin-off that we can only claim to the world with ISS operations. I love that. I have another question for you. This is from Suchesna, and question is if the CSA has opportunities or innovation program for early entrepreneurs to implement newly invented biodevices for the space programs.
I'm not aware of those programs right now, but if you get in touch with me, I'll make sure to forward you to the appropriate parties at CSA. So my information should be in the bio as part of the website. So please reach out, and I'll make sure to route it to the appropriate direction.
So, Suchesna, if I pronounce it correctly, apologies if I don't. You know what to do. You'll send out the email. And I have another question for you, Mr. Caron, which is from Saswanti. And I'm not sure if I get the question 100%, but it's regarding the interfaces for the Bioanalyzer. Let's see if I get it right. Has interfaces been for the Bioanalyzer, which is essentially a lab on a chip technology? I'm not sure if I understand the question. If you know what the question is about now, then we'll.
I'm not sure either, but I'll try like a 15-second answer just to try to. So the Bioanalyzer is actually two instruments. One is based on cellular labeling, where we use reagents to mark certain cells, and then the software counts the number of marked cells. And the other one uses biomarkers, where it's like using microfluidics, where it takes liquids through some small channels, and then we can, through luminescence, we can assess the presence of biomarkers or not. One of the big challenges is because of the small value of the sample, frequently you just don't have enough of the cell populations that you're looking for. So the errors can be very big if you only have 2 cells that are marked. So that's where like instruments such as a microprep, which is going to allow you to concentrate some of the samples, you can get better results. I'm not sure if it addresses the question, but that's all I got right now.
Thank you. Thank you very nonetheless. So there's a question from Helena, which is similar to the one before on collaboration with CSA. So also to Helena, you know who to contact now for potential collaboration on testing antioxidants. I think we have a few minutes left, and I wanted to have a question to the three of you. We now have for the future, and we've seen it in the presentation by Mr. Caron, the Lunar Gateway coming up, which provides test environments in a slightly different environment than Earth orbit. And I wanted to ask to all of you, we know a little bit what CSA is doing, so I'll first go to Dr. Tavakol and then Dr. Dichosa. If you're already thinking for next generation of experimentation on the Lunar Gateway, what it could potentially mean, or any thoughts on that? So, Dr. Tavakol, if you give the floor to you first, if you have ideas, thoughts on it. If not yet, that's fine. Just curious to see what you think.
Yeah, I think it cut out for a second, but I think like the potential for using these technologies is immense. I think there's a lot of really cool benefits that you get from these human on a chip technologies that have a lot of limitations as well. And I think that's where like combining it with other technologies to really understand what will happen to human health on these like either simulated or actual space missions. But I do think that one of the like limiting factors that like we'll have to overcome in the next, I guess, few years is really the time limit of these tissues and how we can study them over longer periods of time. So you can really get an idea of what's happening, especially with like for actual humans, you can only elucidate so much information from model systems. So yeah, getting as much as we can from that information, I think will be valuable.
Dr. Dichosa, any thoughts on your highlighted some of the plans?
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, if I've been given all the money in the world to do the next
That's
greater big thing, yeah, I know that. I'm sure everybody here feels the same. But oh my gosh, I mean, your question is really a culmination of all the other questions that I fielded earlier. It would be my dream basically to integrate the human side now on our particular focus of study of the human gut microbiome. In this study that we just finished and the one that we're going to be starting, it was strictly in vitro. It's in and of itself, admittedly, it's an artificial environment that we think best represents and preserves the human gut microbiome diversity as best as we can, but still trying to enforce that interaction between bacterial cells, which we still have yet to identify. But to be able to put them into an environment such as an artificial gut, for example, where you have human tissue, and that in itself would introduce a unique interaction not only between the bacteria with itself, but between the human tissue as well as and the bacteria. And then, of course, adding to what the question that we had earlier, what are the fungal interactions that are occurring in there? What are the normal viruses? I mean, you are now getting close to, in my opinion, the closest thing to an actual human gut. But at the same time, in my view, being able to somewhat predict what that donor human gut would look like, after X number of hours or X number of days in microgravity, so that you could again predict and potentially come up with countermeasures to protect that space traveler. That's my pie in the sky. My dream and answer is to really integrate all of the technologies that was presented over here for a holistic view of human health.
Mr. Cole, any of your views on the future? You already have it in the paper on the Lunar Gateway. What's the next big thing?
Right. The next big thing, clearly, it's beyond low Earth orbit, right? Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, and really, it's going to take everything that we learn on the space station and try to apply it to allow astronauts to safely reach those far out destinations and autonomously take care of their health. That being said, from a research standpoint, we're far from having exhausted the capabilities of low Earth orbit, and logistically, it's going to be very interesting to see how humans behave very far away from Earth. But access, whether it be for retrieving samples, astronauts' presence in space, or just like even communications, is going to be a huge interference for data collection. So I think we still have several years on the space station where we can do a lot of good research to keep on preparing the next step.
Wonderful. I think that very nicely closes up this session. I see Alan's online at 2 minutes past our time. I hope that's okay.
Oh, it's good.
I want to thank the panelists, Mr. Caron, Mr. Dichosa, Mr. Tavakol. Unfortunately, Dr. Fogani has not been able to join us, but thank you all for your wonderful presentations and your wonderful answers, and good luck with your future research and technology development activities. And with that, I hand it over back to you, Alan.
Thank you, Peter and Matthew and David and Armand. It was really interesting to me. And with the questions that kept coming in, it was very interesting to the audience. So now it's time to go off and take a little break until 10:15 a.m. when we'll reconvene the same place for Human Health in Space Part 2, where you guys will the audience will get to see Peter again. So if you're going to be staying on for that next session, do not log out. Just if you're on a panel, Peter, just turn off your video and audio, and the audience will come back in with rebroadcasting at 10:15. Jim Way, the Executive Director of the American Astronautical Society, will be your host at that point. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your attendance and all the good work that our panelists have done. Thank you, and so long.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Good to have you back for our next session here. This is our part 2 of our discussions on human health in space. Very important as we get into extended LEO and especially long duration missions to figure out what's going to happen to those astronauts as they go on these longer distance missions, and then also, you know, just studying the science for applications back here on Earth. So without further ado, I'd like to bring back our session chair once again, Peter Battenberg with HQ Space. So Peter, good to see you again, and I'll let you introduce our panelists for this one.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to our second session on human health in space. Very much looking forward to part 2. We have 5 presentations today. We have Dr. Yifan Tan from the research scientist at Innocence LCC in California on the use of nanomaterials for silver detection in potable water. Very important for life support systems. We have Dr. Anamika Ray, if I can pronounce that correctly, also from Innocence LCC in California, on using polymers for removing sodium chloride from urine to make it more multi-purpose for recycling. I think we have Dr. Oren Milstein joining us panel today. I believe a colleague is presenting the work on the charge study of a radiation protection vest. Very interesting. Then we have Arturo Maleti from the researcher at the physics department at the University of Roma Tor Vergata on measuring indirectly the intracranial pressure. So pressure, if I understood correctly, and please correct me later in the brain. And lastly, we have Dr. Moko Mukherjee, Associate Professor of Biomechanics at the University of Nebraska in Omaha, on the development of the Morse system for exercise in zero gravity. So with that, I'm looking forward to very nice presentations. Jim, I think we can get started.
Great, yeah, and thank you, Peter, and we'll run the executive summaries now.
Right, and if you have questions, type them in Q&A. Please type to who you're asking the question, because sometimes I lose track of it. So use the Q&A, let me know to who you're asking the question, type in your question, and we'll address them after the presentations.
All right, great. And Kelsey, go ahead and run the executive summaries, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Yifan Tang. I am the senior scientist at Innocence LC. My presentation's topic is nanomaterials-based inline sensor for ionic silver in spacecraft potable water systems. This is a STTR project in collaboration with Yale University and sponsored by NASA. NASA is moving from iodine to ionic silver as the biocide for its potable water system. Thus, there's a need for inline measurement of ionic silver concentrations. Although there are a few commercial technologies can do so, such as ion selective electrode or CPMS, their lifetime, operation, maintenance, and calibration need the size, weight, and energy requirements just could not satisfy NASA's need. Thus, Innocence, in collaboration with Yale University, is developing nanomaterial-enabled silver monitor, CMO. It is based on Innocence's proprietary single-wall carbonate tube-based microelectronic device sensor array platform. The sensing is further enabled by multiple customized recognition molecules synthesized by Yale. And we will adapt a artificial intelligence-based recognition algorithm, and the system will have miniaturized system architecture and hardware design to fulfill NASA's need. This slide shows the features and benefits of Cmo. The nanotube platform enables high sensitivity and good stability for ppb level detection of silver ions. And the engineered recognition molecules provide the selectivity and reversibility, thus allowing us to have an ambiguous output for silver detection with low maintenance. The AI-based algorithm further simplifies the data processing and increase the prediction accuracy. The design of the system have the human exploration mission in mind, which will be miniaturized and really robust. Furthermore, the whole process is scalable and low cost, which can be easily adapted for other applications, then will help to lower the cost to NASA and ISL. Here we see the design of the MED, which is fabricated by commercial photolithography process on 4-inch wafer. The nanotubes are then deposited in the active channel, serving as the sensor backbone. Then we have the recognition molecules non-covalently bonded onto nanotube to complete the sensor chip, which can be characterized in Raman spectroscopy shown here. The sensor response for sequential staircase-like exposure to silver ion of 50, 100, 200, 400, and 800 ppb is shown on this slide. You can see distinct, reproducible, concentration-dependent silver response. And the response speed and recovery speed is really fast, and the baseline is also pretty stable. The calibration curve is shown on the bottom left corner with a logarithmic fitting and having a R-square value of 0.992. To further demonstrate the feasibility, we designed and fabricated a flow cell prototype. It has 6 channels that accommodates different MEDs with different recognition molecules. It is designed with silver ion compatible materials to minimize silver deposition, and it has its own customized stack that requires no additional hardware for the tests. To sum up, we successfully fabricated and characterized single accommodative functionalized MED with a good yield. We then synthesized and characterized various recognition molecules and functionalized them onto the nanotube. We demonstrate fast, distinct, concentration-dependent silver response, and we designed and constructed a flow cell prototype. The sensing array can be further expanded and customized to other analytes for additional needs. I'd like to thank NASA for sponsoring this project, and we really appreciate the helpful discussion and guidance from the program managers and advisors. My contact info is shown here. Feel free to reach out to me should you have any questions. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Anamika Ray. I'm from the company Innocence LLC. We are located in Torrance, California, and I am working on this NASA project. These are my team members listed here, and I will be telling you about the polymers, the polymer that we are actually making, which will help in extracting sodium chloride separation from urine in urine processor assembly at NASA. So Innocence LLC's solution to NASA's need was to synthesize this acicular surface modified polymers. NASA was looking for certain polymers which could extract nutrients from urine, which could be used then as fertilizer for in-space plant growth. So we came up with this solution for forming an acicular polymer with polyethylene glycol monomers, which would be polymerized under controlled conditions with nitrile triacetamide and badge to increase selectivity towards sodium chloride. Now, the nitrile triacetamide actually acts as a tether, and this is the compound which attracts the sodium chloride. So the amide functionalized acicular polymers serve as a templating site for sodium crystal growth, and this could be used in any kind of saline water or any kind of water processing assembly to remove the sodium chloride. Also, the polymers are robust by nature, so that allows continuous reuse through a very simple regeneration process in space. So once we synthesize the polymers, we characterize this polymer. So in A and B, you see the scanning electron micrographs of the polymers where the needle-like acicular structures are shown. C shows the FTIR, which illustrates the active site bond formation, the primary amine, and the stretching of the amines. We also carried out gel permeation chromatography, and there we noticed the large polymer molecular weight to be 9.7 kilodalton, and the elemental analysis showed that the NTAA actually incorporated in the polymer backbone. And in panel B, you see how the polymer looks once it's completely polymerized. So we made the breadboard with this polymer. We used the polyoxymethylene or the Delrin coupons to do that. So the coupons were sized into various different shapes. We used 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch or 2 inch by 2 inch. We also actually did larger coupon size with almost 6 inch by 3.5 inch coupons. And these polymers were doctor bladed on the coupons to make it smooth. And this can be easily shaped into polymers into various different sizes when the coupons are coated with the polymers. So these coupons are submerged in salt solutions, which can be used inline. And the ruggedized polymer is now being tested over multiple cycles, and we don't see any loss of function. So the slide 5 shows the polymer coated Delrin coupons which have been dipped in sodium chloride solution for 1 hour. And on the left-hand side, you see the 4 different coupons and how it looks to the eye when when the sodium chloride crystals are deposited on the coupons. And on the right-hand side, you see the SEM picture of a Delrin coupon which is coated and the needle-like sodium chloride crystals on the surface. So our accomplishments so far have been, we studied the influence of various concentrations of NTAA and sodium on sodium chloride salt crystal structure and the extraction of sodium chloride from the salt solutions. And we also, depending on the concentration, of course, the polymer formation is affected. And we noticed that beyond 40% of NTAA in the polymer, the polymer doesn't form, it doesn't gel-like, so 40% is the optimized weight of NTAA in the polymer to attract sodium chloride salt. We synthesized the polymer for the Cmo backbone and onto the Delrin coupons and evaluated the breadboard performance in-house and also at the University of Utah. We have successfully extracted sodium chloride from solutions with 0.5%, 2%, and 5% sodium chloride solutions, and also from urine ersatz formula. We have tested the polymer over multiple rounds without any change in efficacy. I would like to thank NASA for sponsoring this project and Dr. Orlando Melendez for his guidance and Dr. Melendeo from University of Utah. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shirit Schwartz. I'm the product manager of the Asteroid Best working at Asteroid. Today I'm going to present the topic Comfort and Human Factors Asteroid Radiation Garment Evaluation on the ISS Preliminary Findings. Wow, that was long. This project is an ongoing collaboration work between STEMRAD, Lockheed Martin, Israel Space Agency, ISS National Lab, and NASA. This project involves determining the comfort level and ergonomics and determine possible solution for our radiation protective vest, the Asteroid. I would like to thank our collaborators and co-presenters for their valuable contribution. I will briefly describe our product Asteroid. It is a radiation protective vest for astronauts against deep space radiation environments. It uses a proprietary technology called selective shielding to provide more protection to the more radiosensitive organs. It is made of flexible HDPE parts with variable thicknesses. It has been proven to provide significant reduction to the total effective dose against large SPEs. It weighs around 20 to 27 kg per vest. Asteroid testing strategy. To ensure that this personal protective equipment will be ready for operational use, the Asteroid will be tested for ergonomic and radiation protection in 2 experiments. Charge mission, obtain human factors and ergonomics information from ISS, started November 2020 and planned to go until November 2022. The radiation protection experiment, which called MARE, will measure the reduction in effective dose on Artemis 1. Planned to launch November 2021. The combined inputs of both studies will help to enhance Asteroid and make it ready for operational use. I now will briefly describe the CHARGE project. This project started in late 2019 when the Asteroid vest was launched to the ISS in Cygnus NG-12 resupply mission. The vest has been at the ISS for 1.5 years. The second phase of the project is to communicate with crew members who are wearing the vest and get and record feedback from them. And the final ongoing phase is to analyze the data to modify the vest if necessary for its application in Orion, for space missions or lunar gateways, and on the surface stays. In this slide, the experimental methods and hypothesis of the project is explained in details. Our hypothesis was to use the asteroid in zero-gravity situation at the ISS and identify technological readiness level for future space missions in terms of ergonomics and comfort to be used during oncoming SPEs. For this purpose, a well-crafted questionnaire was set by engineers from Summaries and Lockheed Martin for the crew members. The questionnaire contained questions regarding the astronauts' experience wearing the vest at the time of daily activities including donning, doffing the vest, range of motion, working with space equipment, sleeping, etc. Their experience was recorded in terms of documents as well as video recording, and it was analyzed by professionals from Lockheed Martin and Summaries to give the crew members live feedback as well as analyzing the scope of future improvements for the vest. The capabilities of the end users while wearing the vest were divided into 3 parts: low priority tasks, medium priority tasks, and high priority tasks. Depending on the priority, technological solutions were either provided or future solution domains were identified for smooth execution of the operation. Activities overview. The activities were divided into 4 categories. Number 1, donning, doffing, including first initial adjustment. Number 2, daily activities such eating, sleeping, hygiene, and exercise. Number 3, ISS tasks, typing, unloading and stowing cargo, setting up hardware equipment, reading, etc. Range of motion. Number 4, straight arms, hands above head, straight arms, hands in front body, hip flex, etc. The astronauts answered 3 main questions. Number 1, was the task attempt while wearing the vest completed successfully? Number 2, was the level of impact imparted on task performance by the vest acceptable? Please note, an unacceptable impact does not necessarily prevent successful task completion. Number 3, what specific challenges related to wearing the vest do you feel like should be addressed by the design? Preliminary results review. The crew tested the Asteroid vest provided us with great and detailed feedback, highly beneficial and helpful inputs in terms of user experience of wearing the vest in microgravity while performing the different tasks. They even brought up suggestions for improvements of the vest, which we are very appreciative for. I will come back to it later in the presentation. So, most of the tasks were completed with varying reduction in performance level and comfort. For example, some of the tasks took longer time to complete. Some of the tasks needed to adjust the body gesture, for example, using one hand for typing instead of 2. One of the tasks required help from a crew member, and some of the tasks could not be accomplished due to the sizing and thickness of the vest. This outcome led us to go over the task and prioritize the activities to inform design changes. Prioritization of activities vest should allow, pending customer feedback. To help us with prioritizing process, we divided the task this time into 3 segments. Number 1, health-related, for example, eating, sleeping, exercising. Where eating might be high in priority, exercising may be at the lower end of the scale. Number 2, mission-related, for example, reading, typing, setting up hardware, etc. What activities can be postponed till after the SPE? Number 3, activity duration, short-term activities such as using the restroom versus long-duration activities such as sleeping. What is the risk for the astronaut to remove the vest, changing it to a protective panel for a few minutes? The type of mission might also affect the way to prioritize the different tasks. Solution domain. After talking about the need to prioritize activities, I will move on to examine where the reduction in performance and comfort level came from. There are three main issues, and gladly all can relatively easily be addressed. Number one, adjustment. Left side panel and leg strap require accessible and easier to adjust solution. Number two, range of motion. Narrow opening around the neck and arms and the length of the vest limits the range of motion. Cutouts around the openings and outline will provide a wider range of motion. Number three, thickness, in general but mainly at the front. Reduce inner core height. Limitation and solution summary and the protection compromise. Adjustment of the leg straps and side straps can be solved by adding side buckles on the left side of the vest and replace leg straps mechanism. No protection compromise. Range of motion of the neck, arms, and hip flex can be solved by cutouts around the openings and outline. Some reduction in radiation protection. Thickness at the upper front panel and openings can be solved by reducing general height of the shielding panel. Some reduction in radiation protection. Following the need to make some cutouts and reduce the thickness of the shielding panel at certain areas causes some reduction in the protection. The table in this slide shows the current total weight of the vest and the estimated percentage of the mass needed to be reduced from each shielding panel to enable the crew member to perform all needed activities with a higher level of performance and comfortability. Our suggested solution for the reduction in protection caused by removing mass from the front shielding panel and opening is by shielding redistribution. By adding mass to the back, we achieve similar effective dose reduction through shielding redistribution, while improving the activity's performance and comfortability of the user wearing the vest. Preliminary summary and conclusions. Many of the functions were achieved without significant difficulty. Some tasks were completed with some difficulties, and a few were relatively harder to achieve. Engineers from Stemrad and Lockheed Martin have analyzed the inputs and suggested potential solutions to improve the vest when required. Solutions include some design changes, reduction of length and thickness in some parts, and possible redistribution of shielding mass. The goal will be to improve the ergonomics and usability without jeopardizing the critical aspect of radiation protection. Our interim conclusion from this study is that upon implementation of a few small yet meaningful improvements, the Asteroid may be ready for operational use on deep space missions. So what next? Complete ISS data collection, collect and analyze Artemis 1 data, enhance VEST, and create optimal storage for protection when not worn. Thanks for listening. Have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Arturo Moleti. I'm the PI of the Acoustic Diagnostics experiment, which is funded by the Italian Space Agency and supported by ESA and NASA, and currently on board the International Space Station. This talk is about how to improve indirect estimates of the astronaut's intracranial pressure by measuring the phase of distortion product autoacoustic emissions. Stationary free-falling reference frames like the ISS offer a unique chance of studying long-term effects of microgravity on the human physiology. In microgravity, the intracranial fluid pressure may significantly increase. This is one of the main risks the astronauts are exposed to, and the main risk is expected to the visual system. As the direct measure of ICP is rather invasive, it should be performed only if justified by a reasonable benefit-to-cost ratio. The relation between ICP increase and the transmission of the middle ear suggests that it could be monitored by measuring the autoacoustic emission phase, which is also sensitive to middle ear transmission changes. The most reliable quantitative estimates of the relationship between the OA phase shift and the ICP increase suggest a phase shift of 2.72 degrees per 1 millimeter of mercury of ICP change. Therefore, to unambiguously detect an hazardous level of ICP increase of, say, 10 millimeter of mercury, one would need a phase accuracy of about 30 degrees. The acoustic diagnostics experiment, operating on the ISS, achieves the necessary OA phase accuracy, overcoming the above-mentioned three limitations by using effective passive insulation from ambient noise, high-frequency resolution acquisition and time-frequency filtering of the DPOE response, and forward pressure calibration in the ear canal. Indeed, effective passive insulation from noise is important to increase SNR. High-frequency resolution acquisition is necessary to perform time-frequency filtering of the response, which selects DPOE components with almost null group delay, whose changes are therefore easily and unambiguously interpreted. As an additional advantage, filtering over a small region in the time-frequency plane increases the SNR by 6 to 12 dB. The forward pressure calibration in the ear canal is important because it measures the middle ear transmission independent of the probe insertion depth. Acoustic Diagnostics is a lightweight, sensitive DPOE testing device especially designed for testing the Astronaut's hearing on the International Space Station. Thanks to the passive insulation system and to the time-frequency filtering procedure, the noise floor of the DPOE measurements performed on board the ISS is not much higher than that measured in Cologne during the BDC of the same astronaut in a much quieter environment. Such a noise floor is sufficiently low to detect the small changes of the DPOE level and phase and to follow their time course as a function of time spent on the ISS by the astronauts. Clinical data have not been published yet because we have a very small number of subjects, but 2 additional astronauts have been enrolled in the study, and the protocol has been extended to include also ICP indirect estimates. The acoustic diagnostics payload may be an effective tool for monitoring ICP on the ISS, as well as in future long-term space missions in microgravity conditions. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Well, excellent presentations, fascinating stuff. Some great questions coming in. A couple have been answered already just by one of our panelists, but we might come back to them. With that, Peter, if you want to come back in, and then all of our panelists, please go ahead and turn on your cameras and then be prepared to unmute when it's time for you to answer a question or speak. Great to have you all here. Mukul and Anamika, please turn on your cameras when you can. There you are. Great. And so with that, Peter, I will turn it over to you to lead the discussion in the Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's dive right into it. So I see the questions are coming in. And I have a first question regarding the CHARGE and Asteroid project. And if I'm not mistaken, this is Dr. Milstein here, right? Correct? Yes, perfect. So the first question is from Rosa Santa Martino. Amazing project, sorry if I missed it, but how is the radiation protection achieved and how do you test this? And follow up on that is, are there also plans to protect the brain?
Right. Good question there. So on ISS, we're just testing how comfortable and ergonomic the vest is. In parallel, we're doing a study on Artemis 1 that's about to launch in December, where we're going to be testing the radiation efficacy of the vest on two radiation phantoms manufactured by the German Aerospace Center, DLR. That's going to be a comparative analysis between two phantoms to see the efficiency of radiation blockage into specific organs within those phantoms. The principle of protection is selectively shielding those organs that are most sensitive to radiation, specifically in the woman in the case of Artemis 1, but also generally across both genders. As far as the head is sensitive to cognitive defects, we know. We're focusing on reducing mortality through RAID reduction, so radiation exposure-induced death, which is mostly related to cancer. We're not likely to see cancer in the brain following radiation exposure. We're much more likely to see cancer in the breast tissue, ovaries, bone marrow, leukemia, things of that nature. Yeah.
Thank you. And I have another question regarding the CHARGE project, which is from a UX ergonomics perspective, what assessment tools were used for analyzing the vest human factors? How were static and dynamic loads to the thoracic and lumbar spine corrected for weightlessness? Obviously, someone who knows his or her details.
Yeah, that's. We wish that we could have gone into such resolution. We basically looked at eating, sleeping, hygiene, exercise routines, even mundane things like typing, unloading and stowing of cargo, setting up hardware. We looked at range of motion, straight arms, hands above the head, hands in front of body, hip flexes, of course, donning and doffing of the vest. And then we were aided with video for our analysis, but in parallel, we received surveys filled out by the crew members as far as the success and completion of each of these tasks. Yeah.
Thank you. So keep those questions coming. In the meantime, I have a question to Dr. Yifan Tan, if I pronounce it correctly. And I was curious to hear what your next steps in the development of the sensor technology is.
Well, the next step of developing the sensor will be scaling up the chip fabrication and testing the reproducibility in large scale, and also verify the interference of other potential species presented in the potable water system. Then we'll move on to like the artificial intelligence part, just generating enough data so we can improve our sensor recognition algorithm.
Thank you. And then I actually have the same question to your colleague, Dr. Anamika Ray, on the development of the polymers. So what are your next steps in
So the development of the polymer, right now we are trying in a breadboard matter. So we are planning to have a prototype and test it vigorously against all different kinds of sealant solutions.
Thank you. In the meantime, I have a new question, which I think are regarding the test to the CHARGE vest from Diego M. Garcia. Copious evidence points that the most prone organs to acute radiation damage are hematopoietic organs. I'm not a doctor, so
That's
I'm
bone
struggling a
marrow,
bit with the terms.
pretty much. Yeah.
And I think you addressed it already with the bone marrow. Of course, you have bone marrow also in other regions than the
Right.
chest area. How would the charge vest protect those other regions, or other things you're looking into for future additional protection as well?
Right, very good question. So the amazing thing about bone marrow is that it's able to regenerate itself. It has a very high concentration of hematopoietic stem cells. So it's enough to secure a vital portion of your bone marrow to have it regrow post-exposure. And we see that in transplantation and selective shielding of first responders into nuclear-stricken sites also works. We have a product for that too. So selective shielding is really a miracle of the body, that that same area is able to replenish the damaged bones through homing of stem cells through the bloodstream into stricken areas. As far as reduction of the probability of leukemia, which is many years after, it's true that exposed areas will incur a higher likelihood of leukemia, but we try to do the best we can. Within the vest, we have about 75% of the body's bone marrow resides within the vest area.
Okay, hey, Peter. Yeah, sorry. So we had a small hiccup there, and we don't want to neglect Mukul Mukherjee. We didn't run your presentation as part of that opening thing. So if it's okay with you guys, we'd like to run it now.
Perfect.
All right. All right, great. Sorry about that, Mukul.
Please activate microphone and video, and activate it again once the presentation is done.
All right. And let me call that up. Thank you. I am looking for the presentation now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Our Morse Modular Robotics project targets muscle atrophy in astronauts. Muscle atrophy, as you know, is weakened and deteriorated muscles. It is a critical problem in astronauts and space missions because, as you may know, in microgravity conditions, very little muscle contraction is needed to support their bodies to move around. And it has been known that anything above 30 days causes significant loss of muscle mass and strength, which is problematic not only when they return to Earth, but also during space missions. And so the current solution, as you might be aware of, is for the astronauts to maintain a healthy diet and do intense resistance training with the kind of devices that you can see here. However, there's a problem that even with all these efforts, it is not, this problem of muscle atrophy is not completely mitigated. So our approach through multi-university collaborative approach is to develop modular robotics and provide exercises to the astronauts. We begin with our biomechanics group, working with the Biodex machine, as you can see here, which is our gold standard exercise device that provides us the types of exercise protocols that we would like to feed into the modular robotics device. In addition, we also experiment with sensory perceptual scenarios that are of relevance to astronauts and space travel, because as time goes by, we hypothesize that astronauts lose their sense of position, their limb position in space as they do static and dynamic tasks. And to test this in our lab, we had healthy subjects perform static and dynamic tasks with sensors attached to their joints, as well as deliberately tried to perturb their sense of position utilizing vibratory tactors. And we found that these vibrations reduce position sense, and performing tasks in the active states also reduces position sense. So the idea is to incorporate sensors and tactors in the modular robotic device to get the same types of sensory motor behavioral outputs in astronauts. Our robotics group has been working with modular robotic devices, which are essentially a configuration of modules in either a chain format or a lattice format. We began with our initial prototype of a Mod-RED device, which is a modular robot for exploration and discovery. It allows 3 rotational degree of freedom and 1 prismatic, with each module having 4 docking sites. And as you can see here, the individual utilizing the device seems to have a problem in terms of the device looking quite unwieldy, and so we tried to look at our previous robotic prototype, which is meant for patients with sensory motor deficits, reduced the degrees of freedom from 4 to 2, added more joints, and increased a available range of motion for the pitch and the yaw specifically, and added length adjustment portions to the device. Our computer science group has been working on developing intelligence exercise recommendations based on the data that we gain from the robotic devices, and utilize machine learning techniques like the convolution neural network and the support vector machine. And they have found that an accuracy of over 85% can be obtained in terms of predicting joint position in space utilizing these machine learning tools. And the aim is to perform similar types of analytical tasks utilizing the Morse device. We are currently working on improving our hardware and software, integrating more sensors into the Morse device, comparing data between the Morse device and our gold standard, trying to make exercises with the device more user-friendly by adding virtual reality, and finally also using sensors and within the Morse device that can make it provide to us information about not only exercise tasks but also balance tasks and walking tasks in space. So with that, we would like to thank all our funders, and not just NASA but also NIH, AHA, and all the undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral students, and multiple faculty and NASA officials who have been very supportive in allowing us to perform this research. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And sorry about that, everybody, but glad we got to see that presentation. So panelists, I'll come back in and we'll continue with the discussion and Q&A. Peter, take it away.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Glad to have you here as well, Nicole. Checking if Anamika and Oren are coming online as well. And yeah, Arturo is here as well. Okay, so we'll continue with the questions, and please, everyone, keep them coming. With your last presentation, we just received Mr. Mukwege. I have a question from Miriam, who is asking, for the Morse project, did you ever try to elaborate the device and data for the electric stimulation of its muscle, especially those which are hard to work out?
That is a future question. Right now, we are working on utilizing the device for resistive exercises. So it provides different resistances for the different joints, and just organizing these different feedback mechanisms for each joint presents a degree of difficulty for the Morse device. We have EMG sensors, we have force sensors, and we have angle sensors to feed in to our device that then creates algorithms to provide exercises to the astronauts. On top of that, to create an additional device to stimulate the muscles, which obviously would add to the burden, but it is a goal for a future project. Atrophy by itself is there. It is not as severe as you might see in some of the patients. The bigger devices that are there in the International Space Station, that they have been able to kind of mitigate the problem quite a bit, but the astronauts still face significant muscle loss over time. So currently providing resistive exercises with taking the device out of the vibration isolation chamber is our main goal.
Thank you. Get the response understood. Thank you very much from the one asking the question. That's perfect. Mr. Moletti, I have a question for you regarding your research. In your more detailed presentation, you explained for the noise measurement, you explained the sensitivity of the surrounding environment, that you've designed the headset accordingly to cancel out as much noise as possible for the measurements. So I was wondering, because you mentioned the Columbus module, if you were also considering other more quiet places like crew quarters for improving your measurements for your research.
This is for
Mr. Moletti, and we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We considered this hypothesis at the beginning, but it was not feasible to use the sleeping quarters of the crew to perform the measurements. It would have been better, but we were lucky enough because Columbus model is noisy, but not that noisy. And so it was possible to get very good signal to noise ratio thanks to the insulation system of the instrument, and also thanks to the signal analysis that we perform offline, which reduces the noise very effectively too.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions regarding the astronaut and the vest. Question from Suze Jasna regarding the vest, whether it will be worn routinely on a daily basis. I think the point is that it seems rather heavy to wear for body protection. Of course, there is longevity. Any remarks on future developments or efficient use case scenarios for the astronauts?
Right, no, very good question. So the vest is basically intended for solar particle events. These events occur on a 1 hour warning notice, and they can last for up to 2 weeks, with the peak of the event usually lasting a day or two. It's very important to wear the vest as much as you can during the solar particle event, especially during the peak of the event. But this is by no means meant to be worn throughout the duration of the whole mission. It's only if you have a solar particle eruption. It's true that you have background radiation, GCRs, that also increase the REID of the astronaut. But it's important to note that passive shielding such as ours is not ideal for that. So our focus is really on the solar particle events with a minor benefit for GCR rays. So as far as future improvements, we are looking at actually printing parts of the vest in orbit, in cislunar orbit, through collaboration with 3D printing partners that would be able to utilize onboard waste material to convert it into vest components, and in doing so to reduce the payload mass of the vest, which is currently 27 kilos, to bring it down to under 20 kilos.
Thank you. Before I get back to another question, I have a question for the Mr. Fontaine. You highlighted a little bit on the next steps that you want to take with your research. From your detailed presentation, I gathered that the research has been done so far on ground, so in the gravity environment. Do you foresee need for testing or effects of zero gravity on the workings of your sensor technology?
For now, we don't foresee there'll be any issue with zero gravity. Everything will be kind of fully submerged as an inline sensor system. And electronics are pretty much cut material, so we can definitely choose those NASA certified or get tested, verified for them. So yeah, I think it should not be a big issue, but of course we need to test it.
And will a onboard demonstration of your technology be one of the upcoming next steps for you to demonstrate it, well, on the ISS, for instance?
That would be great. Yeah. The whole project is still up for the spacecraft, yeah, but definitely there's also a need going to be on the ISS too.
All right, thank you. And the same questions to Dr. Ray is, are you foreseeing demonstrations on board the ISS of your experience, of your
Sure.
Technology development?
Sure, in the future, definitely. Right now, we are doing all the demonstration in a lab scale, but that's the ultimate goal to see, get integrated and demonstrated at ISS. So yes.
All right. Then I have another question for the charge team. The question is, do you assess the susceptibility of the subject to SAP events such as prior insulin resistance and mitochondrial stress?
Hey, is that for the charge group for the radiation
Yes,
protection?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
So how does the insulin resistance relate? I'm not sure. Maybe there's a mix-up there.
Maybe, but
yeah, if they can clarify with a follow-on question,
yeah,
that'd be much appreciated. Very interesting angle.
Yeah. So Bill asking the question, if you can further specify it, please do. And to everyone else, if you still have questions, please submit them in the system and to who you're asking for. We still have some time left. In the meantime, I'm going to check as I've prepared some other questions. I have a question actually also for the charge team. Are you also considering testing the suit and the human factor of it in EVA suits?
Well, that's a wonderful question. So as many know, NASA is reached out to the public in an effort to find partners to make their EVA suits for the moon landing. And we're, of course, looking into that opportunity, not as providers of suits, but as providers of radiation protection for suits. It's not yet clear what the requirements for those suits are going to be as far as the radiation resistance that they should provide. So once we understand the requirements, we're going to decide if it's feasible to integrate our solution into EVA suits.
Gotcha. Thank you. Another question regarding the vest, it's a very popular item, is from Elizabeth Wallace. She's asking, because you mentioned it could be also for workers in nuclear power facilities. The question also then comes, of course, would it also be of benefit for the citizens who live in the vicinity? Maybe you have some
yes, so thank you for opening up that angle. So of course, the professional market is the one that we cater to, but there's been growing interest from civilians living in proximity to nuclear reactors, and they've been buying more and more of this solution meant for nuclear power plant workers. We do have a civilian version of the product that is available for sale on our website. I don't mean to solicit any kind of sales here, but it is there for those that are concerned, usually people living within 10 miles of a nuclear power plant.
Perfect. So still a question to Bill Gardner. If you can specify on what you mean with the question that you've asked, let us know. In the meantime, I have a question for Mr. Moletti regarding the research on measuring the pressures in the pressure in the brain area. I was wondering, you do the comparison study of the astronauts on ground before the mission, during the mission, and afterwards. Would a bed rest studies also be of benefit to verify the method and see if it works, or do bed rest patients not display higher pressures in the brain area?
Yes, the principle of the measurement has been tested in several experiments on Earth by other groups. So we are quite confident that phase is a good indicator of intracranial pressure. We measured it before flight and after flight. And in the next project that we are proposing to Italian Space Agency for the next mission, so we are also planning to use the same hardware to make measurements on voluntary subjects as a function of the body tilt angle, which is a way to increase the intracranial pressure in a controllable way at ground. And so we are planning to increase the significance of our measurements by adding these additional tests with the same equipment.
I have a follow-on question from Jim Wei. He asks if the pressure impacted, has the pressure impacted other sensory organs beyond the eyes? Sinus, smell, hearing, taste. Does it have any other impacts?
Are you asking to me?
Yes, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Of course, it may have an impact on hearing because in a twofold way, it may affect the performance of the so-called cochlear amplifier, which is localized in the inner ear and which may be sensitive to an increase of the pressure in the fluids in the head. And it has an obvious consequence on the transmission of the middle ear, which is the very way in which we detect the intracranial pressure increase by measuring the phase of acoustic emissions. I don't know about the other senses, if there are other effects that people know of.
Okay, thank you. To Mr. Milstein, there is an answer from Bill Gardiner. He mentions NASA has identified mitochondrial stress as it's a hub for spaceflight injury, including radiation. I wanted to check with you if that clarifies the question for you that he asked earlier.
Right, so the idea with the vest is to provide selective shielding to the most sensitive organs in the body, including all the cells within those organs. We do emphasize protection of stem cells within specific organs, such as the bone marrow, where you have a lot of hematopoietic stem cells. But we don't go to the subcellular level of discerning if we're protecting mitochondria more or less, if that's what the question is. I'm not sure if that's what he meant at all, but I'm trying to figure out the direction of the question there.
Okay. Well, we have 2 minutes to go, and I want to ask a question to each one of you. 1 and 2 minutes. I want to give a brief answer. In all your activities that you've done over the last time and that you present in the paper, what was let's say a aha moment, a revelation, a surprise in the work that you performed that positively surprised you, that you were not anticipating? If you had any such a moment, I would be interested to hear what it is. We'll start in the order of the presentation. I'll start with Ivan Tang to tell us if you had an aha moment or a surprise moment.
Well, we kind of do have a surprise moment. Is the silver ion in the waterline system tends to be plating out very easily. And we didn't see that until our kind of prototype level development. In our initial testing setup, everything goes well and it's perfectly compatible with our chips. But later we see that the silver plays out a lot and completely shorted our device. And we were able to figure it out by checking out some compatibility of the material. But later, when we talk with our NASA program manager, they say they're facing this a lot during their development on our other system for the silver biocide part. So that's a pretty interesting part.
All right, interesting. Dr. Anamika, any big surprises, aha moments in your research activities?
We thought that the polymer would be, after a certain amount of cycles, we would have to regenerate it. But when we were trying to do that, we noticed that so far, after almost more than 15 cycles, we didn't have to regenerate, and it's still doing the job of extracting salt from urine solutions, and also we have started ocean water. So that was a revelation for us, because we were thinking we need to regenerate it, but no, it's still doing the job. So we want to test it further, of course, but that was a good aha moment.
Wonderful, wonderful. Then to Dr. Milstein, any aha moment and revelation you had during your work so far?
Yes, so amazingly, the vest here on Earth, it weighs 27 kilograms. So as much as I knew that it was microgravity, to see it floating in space was an aha moment for me. I think a very visible one that really brings home, the need to adapt to microgravity in an extreme way. The difference is just astounding. And then also the ergonomic implications of the vest floating on the body of the user, as opposed to bringing the user down to the floor, like here on Earth. So we expected that, but to see that difference to that extent, I think even went beyond our scale of expectation there. So,
thank you, Mr. Moletti. Any aha moment, revelation, new development, anything that you experienced over your research?
Do you mean?
A surprise, something you didn't expect, or a better outcome than anything?
Maybe we didn't expect our instrument was that sensitive, frankly, and I was afraid noise would have been a worse problem on the ISS, and so we were surprised positively by the quality of the data we are gathering, and we cannot wait to publish them. But as I told you, we have very few subjects analyzed so far, so we must wait for a couple of good reasons.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Mukye, if I pronounce that correctly, please correct me. Any revelations, surprises, aha moments that you or your team had in the Morse development so far?
Well, not regarding this particular project, but I mean, our background research is mostly with patient populations on Earth, and to see some of the major deficits in astronauts and how much impact we can have with our research in, apparently really healthy people going to space, that one is the aha moment. And how much we can transfer our knowledge from patient populations to astronauts is a big revelation to me. I didn't realize that NASA astronaut is this potential population that is right there, which can make use of many of our health-related technologies that we have.
With that, I think we've passed a few minutes of our time. So we're going to wrap it up. I want to thank all of the speakers for their wonderful presentations, and also all the attendees. If you haven't, please check out their lengthy, the full presentations. They did a lot more details. They can tell you what they've done. So please check them out. All the presenters and panelists here today, thank you very much for answering the questions. Thank you for submitting the presentations. I hope you have a wonderful remaining day, as long or short as it may be, depending on where you are. thank you again. We hope to see you again in the future ISSR&D sessions. It's been a pleasure to host this and the last session. And with that, I'm wishing everyone a good conference. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I hand it back to Jim. Thank you, everyone, and see you next time.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yes, thank you everyone very much. That was great. Thank you, Peter. Thanks for being such a great host for these. We really appreciate it. No, it was very cool stuff. So speaking of cool stuff, our next session will start in about 40 minutes. So it's a good time to take a good break, grab something to eat, something to drink, and come back for a great talk on STEM education. You know, it's really important to figure out how we make sure that we're keeping our students interested and involved in all of this. So please do come back at noon. You can just leave this window open if you want. It'll be the same link, and come back in about 40 minutes for our STEM education session. Thanks very much, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome to this
All right, well, welcome back. It's time for the afternoon session of the ISSR&D technical sessions. And just a moment while I take care of some little technical things like muting and messing microphones. We're glad to have you back, and our next session is on STEM education. We have 2 sessions on STEM education, one now and one when this one is over. Our session chair is George Frias with the Supernatal Technical Innovations STI LLC. So George, if you would introduce the sessions, the panelists, and the presentations you're going to give.
Yes, thank you, Alan. Today we have an exciting panel of educators that help inspire our students around the world. Today the presentations will begin with Angela Kraus-Kachuga with challenging students and transforming education through their participation in space-based research partnerships. Next, we'll have Nancy Wolfson with Citizen Science, Transforming the Future of the ISS. And lastly, we'll have Lauren Millard with Engaging Students with the International Space Station off the International Space Station. So if you want to roll those, Alan.
All right, George, so thank you very much. And now we're going to play the executive summaries from all these presentations. And I'd like to again remind the audience, go to the Q&A question button and ask you questions there.
Welcome to this executive summary of challenging students in transforming education through their participation in space-based research partnerships. I'm Angela Krauss-Kukta, Director of Education at Orion's Quest, and I'll be sharing how you as a researcher can utilize Orion's Quest to provide educational outreach for your research, or how you as a teacher can bring space-based research to your students. Orion's Quest is a nonprofit educational outreach. It's important to note that we provide all of our resources free to educators. We truly are an opportunity for teachers, but also for researchers. We're dedicated to inspiring the next generation of explorers through the STEM disciplines. We also provide educational support to world-class researchers as they conduct their work on the ISS. In essence, Orion's Quest is the conduit that connects researchers with students. To simplify this connection, the PI's research goes to station, data is downlinked to classrooms, and the analyzed data returned to the PI. Students across the country and across the globe become researchers alongside the principal investigator. These student researchers come from a variety of sources, including virtual and in-person classrooms, homeschools, clubs, and other programs. As you can see, we have a number of missions offered at a variety of grade levels and topics. We offer live missions in which the researcher is still accepting data, and virtual missions where all student activities remain active, but the researcher has concluded their experiment. All of our missions and materials are accessed via our website. Before a teacher enrolls in our free program, they have access to the Orion's Quest dashboard, which is their landing page for all the work done through the program. Once a teacher decides which mission they will wish to use, they may begin having their students participate. I'd like to briefly walk you through a mission from a student perspective. Most teachers will start their students using a document we have prepared which gives students the opportunity to read about the mission and the science behind it. We include general question sets that teachers often use to assess student comprehension of the material. We love to showcase our researchers to students to help them recognize researchers as real people that they can identify with on different levels. Our videos include the researcher explaining their research as well as sharing some of their personal story to help connect with students. After the videos, students participate in a modeling activity or classroom investigation that mirrors the actual research being conducted on board the International Space Station so that they better understand the research. Next, students analyze raw data downlinked from ISS and ground-based controls that has been shared by the PI. In doing so, students provide value-added data to the researcher who might not have the time to gather as many data points as we can help make possible. Many researchers have commented that they love that students are able to look at the data in a new, unbiased light and may come up with unique observations. This is an example of what a student would see in analyzing data. They would have access to the downlinked photo or video data from space and ground-based experiments and use online interactive data sheets to submit their data to the PI through Orion's Quest for possible inclusion in their databases. Dr. Juana Marcu, a researcher from our Fruit Flies in Space mission, had this to say about our program. I don't know how this is best said, other than that I suspect that what you do has a tremendous long-term impact, not just on the students, but on us as well. I wasn't joking when I said it makes our work more meaningful. While others talk about real science, we sometimes feel remote from the real world. You help integrate us into that world, so thank you. A high school science teacher said, "Conducting science in parallel with researchers from NASA provided my students with practical applications of science concepts discussed in class. Students are now considering research-related career paths and know that they have the abilities to do so." Thank you for taking the time to view our executive brief. If you are a teacher and want to involve your students in a mission, you can apply online at our website, orionsquest.org. Remember, our program is free for you to participate. If you're a researcher wishing to work with Orion's Quest to provide educational outreach for your work, please contact our Chief Operating Officer, Tom Drummond, or me at the emails listed. We look forward to inspiring the next generation of researchers with you.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the International Space Station R&D Conference 2021. I am Nancy C. Wolfson. I am the Vice Chair of the International Astronautical Federation Technical Committee on Near-Earth Objects and co-founder of Disrupting Space Company. My work is focused on space and planetary defense research and education. Today, we will have a very informative session on the ISS and citizen science. We have a survey. If you haven't participated in it yet, we encourage you to do so. Go to the link on your screen. Your participation will help us learn from each other. I am here today with my friend and colleague, Megan Kane. Megan?
Thanks, Nancy. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Kane. I am co-founder of Disrupting Space with Nancy. I'm also a citizen scientist with Project Possum. Disrupting Space is something that Nancy and I started together to inspire collaboration across industries, both with other industries and with the general public, which is why today we're talking about citizen science. Today we're going to talk about a few different things. We're going to start with some facts about the International Space Station, what it is, why it's important, and then we're going to talk about what is citizen science, Citizen Science 101. What is it? Why is it important? And how does it protect the International Space Station from space debris and asteroids? We'll briefly cover a few citizen science projects with the ISS, and then we'll talk about how you can turn your citizen science vision into reality. And stay tuned for the end, folks. We've got some resources for space education and citizen science at the end of the presentation. Now you'll notice the survey link is on the bottom of the page, so you can get to it at any time. At this link, you'll also be able to get those resources that I just mentioned. Join us on Tuesday, the 17th of August, 2021 at noon Eastern Daylight Time for our live Q&A session. Please watch our presentation before joining the Q&A. If you don't make it, you can still join us and watch the presentation after. It's fine. Also, we have a survey that's meant to be taken before watching the presentation, and we will be discussing some of the answers that people come up with during the live Q&A. The survey is at www.disruptingspace.com/ISSRD 2021. Again, I'm Megan Kane from Disrupting Space, and this is my co-founder.
I am Nancy C. Wilson, and we hope to see you there. We are going to be learning all about citizen science.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Lauren Millord. I'm Director of Programs for a company called DreamUp, and this is the executive summary for engaging students with the International Space Station off the International Space Station. Our goal at DreamUp is to bring space to classrooms and classrooms to space. We've sent over 500 student experiments to the International Space Station in partnership with our sister company, NanoRacks, and these experiments have touched over 100,000 students around the world. These students are elementary school students, middle school students, high school students, college students, and beyond. And they do experiments in subject areas ranging from chemistry, biology, physics, and more. However, we also have a number of products and programs that engage students in space station science from Earth, including Dream Kits, which are STEM experiment kits where students can replicate an experiment that went to the space station, Dream Coder, a coding in space program, as well as a number of other student activities that easily demonstrate space station science on Earth. So our aim is really to develop an entire catalog of products, programs, and activities for learners no matter where they are. If they're first learning about science on the space station, or if they're advanced researchers, or anything in between. As I mentioned, we've sent over 500 student experiments to the International Space Station, and these experiments come from all around the world. So these experiments have come from 16 countries, including Australia, Brazil, Japan, Kuwait, the UAE, Singapore, etc. But we've also touched nearly every state in the United States with student experiments. And these are extremely impactful. You can see with this quote from Joe Tiberi, at the time high school student who sent an experiment to the space station, doing this type of hands-on research has a huge impact and can really change the direction of a student's life. It inspires students to pursue STEM courses in high school, majors in college, and even STEM careers. The majority of students that we work with utilize the MixStick. This is a type of hardware developed by our sister company NanoRacks for conducting research on the space station. Students of all backgrounds are able to use this hardware from elementary school through postgraduate. And so we've seen a number of different types of experiments from students in these MixSticks, which can be clamped into up to 3 chambers. We've seen students look at brine shrimp, we've seen students do seed germination, we've seen students look at how bacteria might consume carbon dioxide in space. So we've seen a lot of very interesting and sophisticated experiments in this type of hardware that really simplifies the process of setting up an experiment for the space station. However, even with the MixStick hardware, we know that the process of getting your own experiment to the space station isn't easy. It involves a lot of work, getting through NASA's safety processes, getting materials approved, and even understanding what the space station environment is like. So to that end, we like to introduce the concept of space through some really simple activities. One that we really like is called Astronaut in a Bottle, and this is a simple microgravity demonstrator. If you go to our website, dreamup.org/student-activities, you can learn a little bit more about how this works. But we got to do this activity very recently at Cumberland County Schools to show those teachers how you can bring microgravity to a classroom or a home or really wherever you are. So again, check out our website if you want to learn a little bit more about what was going on in that video. So as I mentioned, we developed the idea of these student activities as a way to guide students into doing bigger projects. But we realized that these student activities can be something in and of themselves. And even more, during COVID, we realized we needed a way to bring these types of things to folks remotely. And that's when we started doing webinars online that were free, open to anybody, and allowed us to share a little bit about space experiments, space science, etc., with folks actually all around the world. To further underline how we've worked hard to expand access to space for all learners, and we also have developed a Spanish version of one of our dream kits, the STEM Experiment Kit, and that's available on our website as well. If you'd like to learn more about DreamUp and what we do, and maybe check out a few of the products and activities and programs that I briefly mentioned, please visit our website, dreamup.org, and feel free to reach out by email at info@dreamup.org or follow us on social media. Thank you.
All right, those were some very interesting presentations and created a lot of questions in my mind, or application questions. Now remember to go to the Q&A box or bubbles, click on the Q&A bubbles and enter your question. If you can, please put who you want to answer the question. And then we'll let everybody else try to answer also. But first, you guys tell who you think you're directing your question towards. George, if you'll take over now, all of the panelists, please activate your mics and your video, and we'll get going with the Q&As.
Excellent presentations. We have a couple questions already. Here we go. Let's see. Great resources. Do you have any lessons at Orion's Quest for college or university instructors to use with their students?
Thank you, Andrea, for that question. Most of our resources are geared for middle school and high school. However, we do have some community colleges that are using our upper level, the high school level activities with their students, actually using multiple activities, having different student groups work with each of them to do some citizen science and looking at the space science aspect of that.
And before we move on, I will ask Lauren, I saw in your presentation where you said that not only high school students, but beyond. So I assume you have also ability to do this for the college and university.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the students who build their own experiments that go to the space station, for example, are university students. Typically, they're using something that I don't think I mentioned in the presentation, but I conveniently have behind me, if you can see my video. Typically, they're designing something in a nano lab that's looks like this, and that gives students the ability to do more complex engineering because they can fill this with kind of whatever they design. So, and we've worked with university students in Germany, the UAE, the UK, all around the world who've done research with us. So that's certainly a possibility. I'll say a lot of our like Dream Coder and Dream Kits and those kinds of products are geared towards younger ages, but we try to have something for just about any age of learner.
Exciting, thank you. So the next one, great program. So what is the future of the ISS and how are citizen scientists participating in the ISS activities? Thanks. So that would be for Nancy.
Hello, Nancy, can you hear us?
Oh, I can hear you now. Sorry, it was my audio on my side. My apologies. Hi, everyone. I'm Nancy C. Wilson, and thank you for having me today. Could you repeat the question, please? And I'm sorry.
Yes, so they're asking, so what is the future of the ISS and how are citizen scientists participating in the ISS activities?
Well, we have many several projects that are in connection with the ISS. I think some of them has been already explained, and we have a great resource page in our presentation. So if you want to look at it, that would be great. We have links, and most of the science projects, citizen science projects that we have in connection to the ISS are volunteer basis. So the best way to connect them will be contacting them and getting in touch with them. And they always have great ways to involve everyone in the citizen science. So if you want to see a great list of citizen science projects that are connected to the ISS, I suggest you to go into our presentation and look into the resource page. And also we have a survey where you can go into the disruptingspace.com and you will find the survey about citizen science, so we can continue improving and helping the current citizen science projects to be way more accessible than they currently are. I think the citizen science projects have to be more promoted. And so, yeah, that will be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I tried to get to that link, and for some reason I was not able to get to that link that was in the presentation.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can find it. I'm sorry, we were having a few technical issues on our side, but I will send it to you via email. So in case if anybody wishes to look at them.
Or you could drop it in the chat too.
In the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on my phone, but I definitely will try.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I will plug the link in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so we have another question. Great presentations, thank you. How do you select the students, or how do you choose the schools and teachers who work with the students? How is your outreach done? And
I can take that first. We're open to any student, whether it be in a classroom setting or a club setting. We've worked with Boys and Girls Clubs, for example, or museums. Anybody who has internet access is welcome to join our program. It is free of charge, so they just have to have that internet connection. They'll go to our website and request to have a mission open to them, and from that point, they are able to participate.
Thank you. So, Lauren, you want to address that question?
Sure. So yeah, so there's a few different pathways and programs that we have that I've mentioned. And so there's some, things on our website, for example, just free activities like that astronaut and bottle activity I mentioned that, anyone can access, download download the materials for, buy the materials for, and you can do that, freely. Other opportunities are paid opportunities, like the Dream Kids Dream Coder, sending an experiment to the space station. And for those, there's no selection criteria to send your experiment to space, in that there's no, no process of figuring out, oh, is this a good experiment or not? It's more about guiding students through the NASA safety process. So the opportunities are open to all students who want to conduct experiments on the space station. It's just a question of, how do we make that happen and get through the process with you?
Excellent, thank you. So the next question, have any of the organizations partnered with senior community centers to launch experiments or rec departments so families can do it together? It's an interesting idea.
I can take part of that question, if that is okay. Okay. Thanks. Yes, so great question, by the way, because I think our citizen science projects are meant to be inclusive and definitely multi-generational. So there are great ways to get not just one or two people involved in the community, but actually a whole family. We have citizen science projects that, in my case, I mostly focus on planetary defense and the study of asteroids. So in my case, part of our presentation has to do with protecting the ISS from debris, space debris in general. And one of the citizen science projects that we have in our radar that we can share with you is the ones that has to do with searching for asteroids. And one of them is SETI. SETI has a great tool, which is one of the new tools that they have, which is a great telescope that can be used by the whole family. And they have a global network. So if you go into this program, you will be able to upload your photos and your research and your questions, and you will be connected to specialists that will be guiding you through whatever your findings are through this telescope. Another one, and really quick to share this one, is Find an Asteroid campaign, which is 3 different organizations working together internationally. And one of these has to do with the Astronaut software. Again, if you want to find more information about this, please go into our resource page. We have great information in there in our presentation. But quickly, one of these, the main objectives of this Find an Asteroid campaign with citizen science has to do with bringing the whole family together. So they will be giving the digital tools that they need to look for asteroids on their own computer from their own homes. And this is a great opportunity for mom, dad, and the whole family, children, to be involved in such a project. And they also will have an international support for this in terms of their findings, and they will be able to submit their data, and the data will be analyzed by the specialists, and they will be in communication with you in a back and forth communication to let you know how far are you into collecting the data that the scientists can use for further research.
Very interesting idea. You're making an army of amateur astronomers, sounds like.
Yes, and again, this is how international collaboration looks like, and because the pandemic, I think this is one of the great ideas and opportunities out there for citizen science to join a project where everyone can be involved. And again, multi-generational involvement, I think, is extremely important. So yes.
So Angela or Lauren, do you want to address this question?
Sure. So yes, anybody can participate in our programs, but in terms of specifically working with centers, we've partnered with a STEAM Village in Kansas City and Life Remodeled in Detroit. And so with those partnerships, making it open more to a community-based activity.
Thank you. Lauren?
Yeah, so I love the idea of actually partnering with a senior center or rec center. I think that's a fantastic idea for engaging the entire community. I will mention some of the schools that we work with. I'm thinking in particular of iLead schools. They're a charter school network based in California that has worked with us year after year to send student experiments to the space station. They designed their program around Dream Up space flight experiments. So that students are going through a experiment selection process. Students propose their experiment ideas, and then they have those research teams selected. They assemble launch teams, and then after they do their experiments in the space station and get their data back, then they have to present it to their community. So that involves at iLead, they call it, I think it's a Space and Innovation Expo. So they actually take this opportunity to have their entire school community, and they invite, elected officials, they invite folks from their local NASA center, they invite, members of the community, members of kind of the STEM community in general to come to this event to kind of celebrate with the students and participate with the students and ask them questions. And it's a key tenet of how they view the project and of how students do project-based learning, because they're actually presenting to a real community of experts alongside their family members and classmates. But I think engaging groups like that is really critical. Not only does it get folks excited, but I think it just really amplifies the impact for students.
Excellent, thank you. So, are there any fees for any parts of your programs, like launching the experiment, and they're saying by Dream Up, but I think this is relevant for Lauren and Angela. So.
Sure, yeah, so I'll just make clear, so sending an experiment to the space station is a paid opportunity. But I will say a lot of schools and organizations find ways to get that funding. Some of my favorite examples of that are, there was a school from North Carolina, Immaculata, it's a Catholic school in the Research Triangle area in North Carolina. They partnered with Space Center Houston and a biotech startup called Precision Biosciences, if I can remember correctly. But basically, these students use the mix stick, so use this small 10 milliliter tube, but in it they put a proprietary material from this biotech startup that could cut DNA in space. And so they came up with this experiment called Making the Cut, and they wanted to see if Precision Biosciences' proprietary material would be able to cut DNA in space. And that company was so excited about the fact that their material was going to the space station that not only did they help sponsor the students doing the actual experiment in space, they also paid for a bus to send, I think it was something like 30 or 40 students, parents, family members, teachers to all drive from North Carolina to Kennedy Space Center to go see the launch. So I think there's a lot of resources in folks' communities to support this kind of thing. Again, especially if you're utilizing a company's product, they tend to get pretty excited. I mean, I've seen another school sent burpee seeds in a tube, in a mix stick, because they wanted to see how those seeds germinated in microgravity. And so burpee sponsored them. So usually folks get pretty excited when they find out you're sending their stuff to space.
Yeah, so the Dream Up kits is there an upfront fee for those?
Yeah, so dream kits, or STEM experiment kits. There's one behind me there too. Those are also a product you can purchase. It's available for purchase on our website, and they're on Amazon as well. There's 2 different kits. So yeah, that is something you can just buy. We did actually distribute a large batch of those kits thanks to the ISS National Lab and Space Station Explorers. So teachers who are registered as space station ambassadors actually got to utilize these kits, which is fantastic. So they got the kits, for free thanks to the support of the National Lab. So, we try our best to make things as accessible as possible, but yeah, you can also just buy one online.
Thank you. So Angela, what about your?
So Orion's Quest is absolutely free to any student, any teacher group that wants to participate. All of our costs are funded by sponsors. So there is no upfront cost, no hidden costs or anything for teachers to participate.
All right, so the next question, is the time needed to get something from concept to flight a major challenge? If so, is anything being done to speed up that process?
So I'll jump in and kind of answer that if you don't mind. So we do, because of the nature of the hardware that we use, it helps to really accelerate the process of sending an experiment to the space station. It is a lengthy process. It is an intensive process to send something to space. It requires going through the NASA safety process, getting your materials approved. NASA's going to want to know every material you have, where it came from, what it's comprised of, what's the volume. You really have to be really thorough. But because you're utilizing this kind of pre-approved hardware, it's a much easier process than if you were to try to just build something on your own and send it to the space station. And so for the mixed stick, this is something that you can do, within a school year. And that we work alongside our sister company, Nanorex, who has mission managers who've sent hundreds of these to the space station. So they're very adept at navigating the NASA safety process and kind of take care of that process for you. So, we try to simplify it as much as possible while also, ensuring that everything is compliant and safe for the astronauts' homes.
Thank you. So Angela.
So our programs are designed to be short-term, so that wherever it fits into a teacher's curriculum, they're able to do that. Typically, teachers spend about 5 days on a mission, as we call them, although we've had students participate that work over an entire semester doing offshoots of the original mission or doing multiple missions at a time. But typically, it's as soon as the teacher signs up, they can start the mission and then work at their own pace. There's no timeline associated to, you have to have the data in by this date. It's whenever it works for the teacher. We recognize that there are so many requirements with state and national standards, and trying to fit information in. We try to make it an easy, seamless approach for teachers to be able to incorporate that into their classrooms.
Thank you. So, will the students get certificates or degrees about their education at the ISS?
With Orion's Quest, every student that participates is able to get a certificate of participation, and it is signed by our CEO and typically the PI of the research that they're working with, and at least one astronaut who's on our board.
Excellent. So Lauren?
We do also provide for students that fly an experiment to the space station. They get Dream Up wings that they earn through us to just commemorate the effort that it took to get to that point, the point at which they can say they sent their own experiment to the space station.
I'm sure they enjoy that. Okay, thank you. Do some of the middle school and high school lessons align with the next generation science standards that many school districts have to follow in their curriculum?
Orion's Quest does have all of our missions aligned to the next generation science standards. We don't break them out specifically for each of the states, but most of the states are following the next generation science standards. So we do have a document that lists where all those standards are being met.
Laura?
Yep. So our dream kits, you can utilize them just as a kit, just at home. And that's, that's a one way to do it, but we also have a lesson plan that's available for purchase on our website. And that lesson plan is NGSS aligned. Dream Coder, our coding program where you can run code and execute it on the space station, also is NGSS aligned. So anytime that we're developing something more curriculum based, we do align it with NGSS. And usually it's best aligned with middle school, NGSS standards for middle school students.
Good. So I think this one is for Nancy's. If, for example, a child finds an asteroid, do they get credit in the PI's paper?
Excellent question. Well, if anyone finds an asteroid, it has to go through a lengthy process, which is great because not anything that we see moving in one of the tools that we review or any other specialist review will be an asteroid. It can be pretty much anything. So, but in case, if you find, and this is verified by the experts and the organizations that are in charge of it, yes, you will have the opportunity to be credited for the finding. Absolutely, yes. And like I said, most of our citizen science programs are focus on protecting the International Space Station from debris, and one of them is looking, searching, finding asteroids.
So getting that credit can be an incentive for people to sign up.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Getting proper credit for finding an asteroid can be an incentive for people to sign up.
Yes, absolutely, yes. Yeah, you will be credited for it. Of course, you still have to wait for the process, but yes, anyone that finds an asteroid through one of the citizen science programs that we promote or the ones that we are involved will be credited for it. So yeah, that's a great incentive. Also, if you are part of a group and it's not you, the one that finds the asteroid, but it's a group, you will have the possibility to submit a request for naming that asteroid. So which is great because you could potentially be the next, you could potentially give the name of an asteroid that is floating up there. So yeah, that's another great incentive. So finding asteroids and protecting the ISS, the International Space Station, is crucial, especially now with so much debris in space. This is something that we need to continue looking and moving forward. So.
Yes, I know someone who has an asteroid named after them. That's very prestigious. So thank you for your answer.
Yes. And not too long ago, we actually submitted a request because one of the campaigns that we are participating is with the with SETI, as I explained it, and they have a different campaign that is called Naming an Asteroid. So you can submit your request, submit the reason why you think the asteroid that we found, even if you are not the one that found the asteroid, you can still, through this campaign, submit a suggestion, and we could potentially pick that one, and that will be the one that is given to the asteroid that the campaign itself found. Mm-hmm. So that's another possibility to join us.
Okay, excellent. So this is directed to Dream Up. So it's cheaper for a startup to get an experiment to space if they do it with a school group. So
interesting question. So the short answer is I don't know, maybe it kind of depends. So the hardware that folks utilize to send experiments to the space station doesn't change, whether you're working through DreamUp, as a student, or you're working with NanoRx directly as kind of a professional researcher, which is our sister company that has developed these form factors that students utilize. So the cost is basically the same. Sometimes, we work with school organizations, but the cost, it varies more based on the type of research that you're doing and what that involves. And, if you're using a nano lab and doing, have specific requirements about cold stowage or power or, things like that just require a little more effort, that's where the cost scales. So it's not necessarily cheaper for a startup to work through a student group to send something to space. Yeah, because no matter what, you're going through the same pathway.
Okay. Thank you. So are these programs domestic US only, or are there international opportunities? If international already, how much international participation is there? So that'll be both to Angela and Lauren.
I can answer that one. Yes, okay. So most citizen science programs are meant to be international. Of course, some of them are based in a specific region of our globe, but now through the digital tools that we have, most of them are meant to be international and very inclusive. That's the idea. So, and one clarification I just wanna make, in case if you go to any of our you go to a resource page, you can always contact any of the citizen science projects that we work with directly. So we facilitate that through our community, through our connection with those citizen science, but you can always go directly to the organizations that run those citizen science, like SETI, SGIC, and the Search Collaboration Campaign, which is the International Search Collaboration Campaign, which is another organization that runs some of the citizen science projects that are dedicated to searching for asteroids.
Hey, thank you. So
I'll go ahead and chime in as well. So Orion's Quest is both domestic and international. I believe we have about 10 countries right now that are represented across the globe. And we've recently partnered with the Global Spaceport Alliance, and that's bringing in a number of other countries as well.
thank you. So Lauren?
Yep, so we work internationally as well. We have sent experiments to space from a number of countries around the world. We're proud to have sent the first experiment to space from Kuwait. So Kuwait sent its very first experiment to the space station through DreamUp. It was some high school students who designed an experiment. So that was very cool for us and for them. And so those opportunities are pretty much open around the world. DreamKits and DreamCoder, we try to make them as internationally available as possible. We just sometimes run into some issues with actually physically shipping some of those things out around the world. That can get a little bit tricky. But if there's a will, there's a way. We like to make it happen if we can.
Excellent. Okay, so question for all. How do students decide which program is best for them?
I want to maybe jump in and say, we're very, I think, grateful and proud to work in a community of folks like Angela and Nancy and other organizations that, engage students with the space station. So, we're not alone. And so, there are actually a lot of opportunities, like the organizations that we work with and others. And actually a great place to look is the Space Station Explorers website. I'm actually typing it in to make sure I have the
the website correct, but if you go to, or if you just Google Space Station Explorers, I think it's spacestationexplorers.org, the ISS National Lab has a list. Yep, it's spacestationexplorers.org of educational programs that are engaged with the space station. So that's a really great place, I think, to start if you're a teacher or a student or someone wanting to, bring space education into your, home or classroom. A lot of programs like ours are there, and so you can kind of, start to see what makes sense for, what level of complexity you're looking for, what budget you have, et cetera.
Thank you. So Angela.
Thanks, Lauren, for mentioning Space Station Explorers, because it is a great consortium of groups like Dream Up and Orion's Quest. So great place to start. For teachers that are choosing Orion's Quest, it's typically teacher driven as to which program they wish to use. Again, I mentioned that we are aligned to NGSS. And so most teachers will pick something that fits into their existing curriculum as a supplement to that curriculum. Some of our teachers will try each of our new missions that come out. Others like some of their tried and true ones because they fit with their curriculum. So it's very open to whatever works best for the teacher.
Excellent. So Nancy, do you want to answer this question?
Yeah, I'm going to be quick. So it is important for teachers to be involved in citizen science. It is one of the best ways to get our students involved in any region of the globe. Another good resource that we would like to share is a Space Hack. And the teacher can go to a Space Hack, which is a site that gathers several space related citizen science projects, including the ones that are related to the International Space Station. Of course, you can always go to our resource page and find more citizen science projects that are related to the International Space Station. Yes.
Thank you. So do some of the middle school and high school lessons align with the next generation science standards? I think we've already had this one, haven't we? That many school districts have to follow in their curriculum. I think we just answered that. So the next one, can Ms. Wolfson copy and paste the citizen science link into the chat?
Yes, I have the link. I'm using my phone, and if I leave the box of Zoom, I will be disconnected. But it's
I think someone already did that. It's disruptingspace.com. Is that it?
Yes, that's the website. Yes, absolutely, that's a website, and there is a specific link that we added to it for this specific reason for this presentation. And I do have the link. I'm gonna send it to you via email in case if you can add it to the chat before we leave this presentation. Is that okay?
Yes, we have 10 more minutes actually.
Okay, I will get it to you through via email in one of the emails that I got from you guys. Okay. I'm sorry about that, and thank you.
What efforts are you making to make this available to students in areas that are marginalized, not just schools in less wealthy areas, which you mentioned, but what about schools in prisons? It would be a great incentive for students in prison to feel they can make a difference outside in space. That's something you haven't thought about, but.
So no, we haven't worked with schools and prisons, but that is a great opportunity. And as long as there is internet connection and a staff member who can oversee it, we definitely could work with that. In terms of reaching underserved communities and populations, we've teamed up with, as I mentioned, Life Remodeled in Detroit, a STEAM Village in Kansas City. We work with the University of I'm just blanking here, Memphis, there we go, University of Memphis to reach inner city Memphis schools. And then we're working with Legacy Pathways in Philadelphia to reach underserved schools as well.
And again, as long as they can have internet connection, they can participate for free. So many of our schools, it's a one-to-one device situation, but we also have schools where there's only a few computers available for students, and they'll share and partner together or take turns doing that. So we try to make it work as well as we can for anybody.
So, Lauren?
Sure.
Sorry.
Thanks. So yeah, like Angela mentioned, I think partnerships like that are key. We are working right now in Fayetteville schools or Cumberland County schools in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And that's a diverse school district that actually serves a large military family population because it's near Fort Bragg in North Carolina. And so we're really excited to be working with a pretty diverse school district and group of students who will be actually sending experiments to the space station. And that is through a federal grant that we're part of. So that's one pathway that we, try to work with so that, teachers in the school itself isn't having to pay for, doing these projects. But yeah, I love the idea of working with students who are in prison or in some place like that where they might not have these kinds of opportunities. So, if you ever have a connection or an idea, I'm happy to hear it.
Thank you. So Nancy.
Yes, so one of the reasons, and especially in my case, very personal reason to be involved in citizen science is to make science available to all, regardless their condition, any circumstances. As my colleagues said, if you have an internet connection, you can always join us. It's a little tricky, and that's one of the things that I have to call out my own community. We need to make these citizen science projects more accessible to all. We don't have to be waiting for people to find us. We need to go and let them know that we exist and we are here for them, and they can experience science and research through our projects. And it is a responsibility to bring these opportunities to everyone, regardless their circumstances. And I did send the link, and you can see the survey, but also we are going to be adding a lot of resources to our own website. So stay tuned for the Disrupting Space website, and you will be finding more information about citizen science projects in connection to the ISS, mostly protecting the International Space Station. Also, you can email me always. I'm always ready to answer all your questions. And my commitment to you is bring you in if you want to join us. My email is nancyplanetary.defense@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So we got about 5 minutes left, looks like. I have some questions of my own. So for Angela, are you expanding the types of experiments that you have with new principal investigators?
Yes, we're always working with new investigators. We currently have 3 missions that we're preparing that will be starting up. Our first one is biofilms in space, and we anticipate that early September. We're also working with worms in space with C. elegans worms that we're also hoping to launch for the fall semester. And then sensing temperatures in space will be hopefully prepared and ready for the spring semester. And then we have another researcher in material science that we're working on for the following fall. And then we continually are updating as we meet with new researchers and find programs that work well, both for the researcher and for students. We continue to add on new missions. All of our past missions, however, stay available. We call them our virtual missions, and those virtual missions are ones that the students are doing all of the same activities that they would be doing with our live missions, our new missions, but the researchers are no longer accepting the data. They've concluded their research, but many teachers find those experiments still extremely valuable, getting students excited about space.
Thank you. So, Lauren, I have a question. very similar. Are you working on new designs for Dream Kits to expand the types of experiments?
We don't have any new drawing kits imminently in the pipeline right now. We have two that are available. One is called Germs in Space. It's a microbiology kit that where students can find the small life that's living around them and compare it to what astronauts have living around them in the space station. The other is Space Farmer. It's a plant growth kit, so allows students to think through how to grow food and potentially support long-term space exploration or habitation of the moon and Mars. We don't have another kit yet, but we're always open to ideas and sponsorships for that kind of thing. As far as Dream Coder, our coding and space program, there actually will be some new content coming for that. I can't say too much about that right now, but I will be able to announce some new kind of educational content in that vein soon.
Yes, I know it's really challenging during the pandemic, but we've adapted. So Nancy, I do have a question for you. What methods do you use to perform your outreach?
For the yes. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. What methods do you use to perform outreach?
Yes, one of the methods that we use is digital. So we try to connect with different communities. We are also on Meetup. We have an Instagram page. We try to use the social media. We are also on LinkedIn, but no effort is enough. We have to continue moving forward and increasing the promotion of these activities. So I hope I'm answering your question.
Yes.
When it comes to outreach and promoting citizen science, space citizen science programs, and the ones that we are connected with. So.
Thank you. So Alan?
Yes, sir. So thank you and all your panelists. This has been a very, very good discussion. And now it's time to go off and take a little break, and we'll be back at 1:15 with George again. And we have another panel on STEM. So I invite all of our audience to listen to their presentations. And if you see that you want to ask them a question that has already been asked of this panel, go right ahead and put it into the Q&A. Remember, put questions in the Q&A box, and then George will endeavor to get all the most highest rated ones into the panelists and get them answered. So now goodbye, and we will see you in 15 minutes at 1:15 Eastern Time.
I am Dan Saldana, and what I would like
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've stuck around from the previous STEM session and are with us for our second STEM session. We've got a great one in store for you now to talk more about how we're getting kids of various ages involved and keeping them involved in space exploration. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to George. George Frias, our host. He's with Supernal Technical Innovations, and he's been great so far, and good to have you back, George. Take it away.
Thank you, Jim. We have another exciting panelist here in presentations for people that are helping students be inspired to become scientists. First up, we have Danielle Saldana. Launch your student STEM science experiments to space and back within a 9-month school year. Next, we will have Milzana Chowdhury, International Space Station-based online virtual lab for STEM education during the COVID-19 pandemic. Next, we'll have Lori Waters presenting ExoLab, Lagoons in Space Transform Experiential STEAM during the pandemic. And lastly, we'll have Gabriella Music, Root Nodulation of Red Clover in Microgravity, a STEM research experience for Craft Academy Post-Secondary Residential High School. So, Jim, if you want to roll those.
I am Dan Saldana, and I would like to welcome you to watch my presentation entitled Launch Your Student STEM Science Experiments to Space and Back within a 9-month school year. This is executive summary. This year we celebrated our 10th anniversary, and back in 2010 we formulated some ISS program objectives. The first of all being something that would be exciting, a good space project where students could apply their math, science, engineering, and then management skills, and also to develop it as a low cost and all to be implemented within the school year. And finally is to help other schools and student organizations get into space. Into space, how do we get there from here? We put each one of our little experiments into this micro lab. That goes into an nano lab, that in turn gets integrated into an enclosure provided by our integrating contractor that gets sent up SpaceX or equivalent. Then it's rendezvous in space with a space station. It's installed at the space station and operates there for at least 30 days. Then it's brought back to Earth where the students could then perform their post-flight analysis. We started by having a week-long mentors workshop for the other schools. And obviously the first day that they walk into the class, they're kind of apprehensive. They'll have questions and we formulate teams of 2, normally a software programmer and somebody with another engineering profession, such as electrical or mechanical. Then we teach them how to do soldering, how to work together as a team, how to troubleshoot. And by the end of that 1 week-long session, they all have built an experiment that they can take home with them and show their students, look at, if I can do it, you can do it. The mentor workshop includes these major topics. First of all, how to select a student group, Another one is how to select an experiment and how to develop an experiment, both hardware-wise and software-wise. And how do you test it to make sure it's going to work properly in orbit? Number two is basically look at the software development. How do you actually develop an experiment software? How do you test it? And to do that, we provide them with a development unit. And finally, we really emphasize and teach about the NASA safety requirements. What are they? And what's the documentation required? And how do you fill it all out? So what task does each one of the 10-member student teams have to perform? Well, first of all, they have to conduct some scientific research to determine what is the best experiment to fly. And after they have selected one, they perform a detailed schedule as to what tasks have to be performed, who's going to lead those tasks, and how they're going to be tracked to make sure they're on schedule. Then they have to go forth and start designing and programming, putting all the boards together, and soldering, testing. Then if they have a biological payload, go out to the biolab and start working on that and doing a lot of testing to detail what the requirements will be. And then troubleshoot as required. And then finally put the whole thing together and you have a final flight experiment that's been well tested, at least on the ground. And you send that together with the appropriate NASA safety requirements to NASA for their approval. And once you get into orbit, you analyze the flight data. I'd like to thank all our partner schools and mentors and research scientists throughout the world that have helped our students develop their science experiments in a timely manner. You're all invited to develop your own student custom scientific experiments and join us on the International Space Station. If you need any additional information, please contact me at dsaldana@vcs.net. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Mizanullah Chaudhary. I am from MIT Aeroastro department. Today I would like to talk about International Space Station based online virtual lab for STEM education during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before I start, I would like to give thanks to the ISSR&D committee to giving me the opportunity to give this presentation today. COVID-19 has dramatically transformed the way we approach education. It stirred the educators to think creative way to prevent the disruption of learning caused by school shutting down. During the peak of the global lockdown, nearly 1.6 billion children were out of the classroom. Preliminary research has shown that being away from the classroom environment has led to greater mental health problems and significant learning loss in STEM subjects. Despite the statistics, blended learning modules combining home-based or e-learning and in-classroom teaching are likely to remain the status quo for years to come. Home-based or e-learning ecosystem were adapted using flexible learning methods to enhance students' individual learning abilities. It assigns teachers a significant responsibility to expand students on virtual tutoring skills and experience. Despite extensive efforts to bridge the gap between different teaching strategies in the development of flexible learning, online learning skills lagged behind. Prior to the pandemic, young people were already being left behind for lacking the skills needed to enter an increasingly technology-driven workforce, particularly in low-resource communities. Global lockdown measures exacerbated this troubling trend, and the negative effects will continue without innovative education intervention. International Space Station-based STEM education has played an important role in providing students with hands-on educational opportunities that transcend passive learning. However, students in low-resource communities and developing nations do not have access to ISS-based project due to social, economic, and other significant educational barriers. Students from developing nations like Bangladesh benefit tremendously when they earn degree in STEM field. Highly populated countries like Bangladesh represent an emerging opportunity. Educating the citizen of Bangladesh has the potential to bring fast economic growth and effectively alleviate social and economic disparities. In response to the growing need for innovative technology-based education platform, we developed STEMX 365 to make the STEM education more accessible to all students using learning modules inspired by space science technology. Through our case-based 3D virtual learning environment, students will develop skills that they can apply to excel in school and eventually the increasingly technological job market. We are building interactive, immersive, and accessible tools so that students can be in charge of their own learning. STEMX 365 has developed online interactive virtual labs including MIT Spheres, NASA Asteroid, CubeSat, Arduino, ArcLab, and Space Biology. Currently, STEMX 365 is working on Asteroid, Spheres, and Art Virtual Lab. In the future, we hope to add more space-related labs. The goal here is to be able to break down otherwise complex scientific principles into bite-sized information that any student can digest and learn. The mission of STEMX 365 is to train students in developing nations to cultivate the technological literacy necessary to meet the demand of the increasingly digital global economy and become the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
In 2020, students, teachers, and administrators experienced an unprecedented disruption when the COVID-19 pandemic shifted the learning environment from the classroom to online practically overnight. The ExoLab 8 Legumes in Space mission became a global experiential learning event, driving student engagement, curiosity, and hope for the future. Food crop production research is perfect for STEAM engagement with students because they love to eat. Starting in kindergarten, students can begin growing plants for understanding agriculture on Earth to meet the demands of a growing population, as well as food crop production in space as we look to that first greenhouse on Mars.
ExoLab provides students with an authentic science research experience. There's nothing simulated. This is real science in microgravity. Students are part of the process from pre-flight testing to on-orbit trials and post-flight analysis. Students engage in scientific inquiry focused on the model organism, red clover. Students and teachers are supported through our curriculum library of classroom tested and standards aligned lessons that support the development of critical research skills and science concepts. These past 2 years have been challenging for students and teachers. The design of the investigation made it easy for teachers and students to participate from home, using simple materials that encouraged ingenuity and innovation. With weekly live Zoom events we called Legumes in Space, students and teachers were able to interact with each other as a community of scientists. The weekly events featured space exploration professionals who shared their stories and took questions from the audience. Our co-investigators learned how to carry out a scientific investigation and how living organisms responded to the stresses of the spaceflight environment. They made great observations, capturing those observations through their artwork, and they asked some really interesting questions. Some even tested out additional variables like lighting conditions, simulating microgravity with self-engineered clinostats, and one student even tested the effects of magnetic fields on the growth of clover plants.
ExoLab 8 investigated how the spaceflight environment affects the formation of nitrogen-fixing nodules in red clover plants. Legumes and rhizobia, through specialized interactions, form a mutualistic relationship. Through this process, rhizobia fixes atmospheric nitrogen, which is a critical macronutrient that plants are unable to take up and use in its stable gas form, and converts it into nitrogen compounds such as ammonia that are able to be utilized by the plant. In return, the plant provides shelter and nutrients to the rhizobia. Nitrogen is a limiting factor that can affect the growth of plants. For this reason, synthetic fertilizers are often utilized to supplement nitrogen-depleted soils. This biological process is able to eliminate the need for synthetic fertilizers while also enriching soils that are then capable of sustaining crops with higher nutrient requirements. In space, this process may be utilized to enrich growth media as well as potentially assist in converting inert regolith into soil. The ExoLab 8 experiment operated in a 4U Space Tango Cube Lab, which included 3 test tubes that housed 3 seeds each, along with agar-based growth media and rhizobia. The Cube Lab also included 2 cameras, luminosity, CO2, temperature, and humidity sensors, as well as water and specimen fixative reservoirs. Images and data were transmitted to the Magnitude platform while the experiment was on the ISS. Germination was initiated once on orbit by remote water delivery. 8 out of 9 seeds germinated and grew while on orbit. All 3 tubes were fixed using glutaraldehyde solution in preparation for tissue analysis back on Earth.
At the conclusion of ExoLab 8, NASA astronaut Shannon Walker performed the power down and deintegration of the lab from the locker in the U.S. National Laboratory in the Destiny module of the ISS and stowed our lab aboard Crew Dragon Resilience for return to Florida with Crew 1. With flight specimens safely returned to Magnitude, the process of post-flight analysis began in June. The post-flight science underway has included measurements and photographs of the specimens, as well as microscopic analysis of the areas of interest on the routes of Plant 2 from Flight Tube 1 for comparison to ground trial experiments.
Root nodulation of red clover and microgravity, a STEM research experience for Craft Academy post-secondary residential high school students.
ExoLab is designed to bring together classrooms and the International Space Station in a collaborative investigation of the effects of microgravity. Magnitude.io's ExoLab mission hypothesized that Trifolium pratense, also known as red clover, is present in a microgravity environment, then it will undergo nitrogen fixation and root nodulation will occur as effectively as it does on Earth. This unique program works with school districts across the United States along with the U.S. National Laboratory, providing an extraordinary exobiology experience mapped to accepted local science standards while dramatically reducing the cost to access experiments in space.
About the Craft Academy. The Craft Academy for Excellence in Science and Mathematics is a post-secondary residential program for high-achieving high school juniors and seniors to take college-level classes while experiencing the rigors of living away from home. The Craft Academy first opened its doors in 2015, and since then, it has produced numerous experiences to help develop students into the leaders of the future. During these 2 years of college-level learning, students are learning many life skills and often discovering exactly what it is they want to pursue in life. The variety of opportunities for students to participate in important research is a major factor in this development.
This incredible research project has given all of us the chance to have insightful experiences that has and ultimately will lead to new and exciting opportunities. Participating in a professional research project as high school students is itself a great opportunity, but we've also learned new knowledge and skills that will be vital to our future success.
After conducting the experiment, we gained new insight scientifically and socially. Scientifically, we gained insight on nitrogen fixation. Nitrogen fixation allows the plants to spread nitrogen into the soil, creating a nutritious environment for other plants. Furthermore, when our team understood nitrogen fixation, we helped address social issues around the world, primarily United Nations Zero Hunger Goal. Our research helped open our eyes to parts of the world where there is not a regular access to food. With our new knowledge of nitrogen fixation, we can help come up with ideas that lead to accomplishing the Zero Hunger Goal.
In addition to this knowledge, our team also practiced new and important skills during our experiences in ExoLab. For example, we used the analytical skill of observation while performing daily check-ins and recording information from the ExoLab module. We also practiced problem-solving skills throughout the experiment, especially while facing the obstacles experienced while setting up the module. Finally, we improved our communication skills by working together and reaching out to each other and professors virtually during the pandemic.
The experience of participating in this research has allowed all of the members of the ExoLab 8 team at the Craft Academy to gain substantial skills and experience that will contribute greatly to our success in our future careers in STEM. The careers each of the team members pursue cover a variety of different fields, yet this research project was able to give every one of us something that will help them in the future. The sheer experience of participating in something this incredible allows us to see real-world problems and how we can contribute to them and the success of the future.
All right. Oh, sorry, my camera once again is having an issue. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Now we're down here. So excellent presentations. Thank you very much, everybody. Really amazing stuff everybody's doing. It's super cool. So with that, I'd like to have George come back in, and then if all of our panelists can please turn on your video and mute unless you're talking. Wow, look at Gabriella music. That's awesome. Hi, everybody. Cool. Good to have a whole bunch of people there. And Daniel, be sure to turn on your video when you can. But with that, George, take it away and lead our discussion. And we've got some good questions coming in. And everybody please keep submitting your questions in the Q&A tool. Go ahead, George.
Well, first I'd like to applaud each of you for your dedication and successes in each of your programs. This is awesome, like Jim was saying. So let's get into these questions here. There's a few queued up. Daniel, what is the average age recommendation for your projects?
I'm not so sure. I haven't seen Daniel come on yet. Daniel, you there?
You turned me off. I can't turn on. You stopped it.
There we go.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay.
Yes. So what is the average age recommended for your projects?
Project right now, we actually have 3 levels. We start off in kindergarten all the way through elementary school with one project. Then we enter a program that we use in middle school, which actually has a program on the ground and a kit on the ground versus one on space. So you can actually duplicate both experiments. They're mostly heat experiments. And what I presented today was the one that is for high school students and also university students.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to expand that to all the panelists if you want to answer.
For the ExoLab project, we have lessons that are within grade ranges. So K-2 lessons for lower elementary, even those youngest learners can get involved in growing plants and learning the beginnings of scientific inquiry and lab skills. Also have lessons for 3 to 5 in upper elementary, middle school 6 to 8, and high school 9 to 12. We've even had some professors take this into their undergraduate classes, and we'll be expanding lessons into that area as well.
So anyone else want to answer that?
Yeah, STEMX 65, actually our age range, we are thinking from kindergarten to high school. But currently, mostly we get from 17 to 21 age for Asteroid project, because Asteroid is new. So they're learning how to write code. So it is a little challenging right now.
Certainly. Gabriella?
For our research project, we worked with labs, all of the ages that Lori Walters mentioned before is available for that project. Everybody in the Craft Academy, though, are juniors and seniors in high school.
Thank you. Let's see, this next one asking if there had been experimental research projects achieved in an International Space Station, and I think the answer to that is yes for everyone. So thank you for your question. For Ms. Waters, how many programs are launched during school year? September 21st, June 22nd, for example, to plan the activity in time and integrate it with the school curriculum.
We have the ExoLab 9 mission, which will be launching here in less than 2 weeks on August 28th as part of the SpaceX cargo resupply mission, and it'll be on station for about a month. Our next mission to the International Space Station is scheduled for October of 2022. And we're really looking for some ideas. We would love for the students and our teachers to engage in ground trials throughout the year. We have some ideas about what direction we want to go with testing. Perhaps we do like growing plants with ExoLab, as well as exploring this symbiotic relationship with bacteria. But it averages about 1 mission a year to the ISS. We have other programs as well in which we do high altitude balloon launches or rocket launches with schools using our CANSAT program. And so we can do payloads on those as well, looking at atmospheric sciences. And those can happen anytime in the school year. We're typically doing those in the springtime. So there's different ways to be engaged with the magnitude experiments, whether they're going to space or going into the atmosphere all throughout the school year. So definitely if there are any questions about how this can work with your curriculum, I'm happy to be in touch with them.
Thank you for that answer. So for, okay.
I can give an update on STEMX 365. So this year, through STEMX 365, Bangladesh student joined JAXA's Kibo RPC, second robotics programming competition. And Bangladesh won a 3rd position with other Asian countries like Australia, Japan, Thailand, Singapore, and other countries. And that is on programming side. And on the other side, like space biology, from Bangladesh in this year, January, we sent Coriander to ISS for space travel. And it came back in July this year. And now seed will be distributed from JAXA to Bangladesh for further research. And we are working, STEMX is working on student program to do those research in Bangladesh.
Would anyone else like to answer that question or address it? Okay, so this next one is for Listen. Sounds like you're writing new code for the Asteroid to replace spheres. Can you describe those new amazing Asteroid robots that they're not familiar with?
Yeah, so I joined MIT Zero Robotics in 2013, and since then I worked on spheres simulation. It includes the hardware and simulation environment on online and game programming and everything. So with Asteroid, it will be a little different. So we are trying to mimic the same process that we did for spheres. So basically, we're using NASA's open source repository. So that we'll be using for simulation, and the environment will be similar. but in Asteroid cases, it'll be a little different because when you run simulation, you have to use like different kind of studio we call RVs, gazebo. Those are different type of simulation environment. So we have to integrate those into like web environment. Otherwise, it will be difficult to give each simulation environment for each user, which will be very expensive too. So we are trying to make online environment so that all user can use one online environment and they can simulate from there.
Okay, so I have a question for you. Let's see. Was the engagement with students greater or less this past year than pre-pandemic?
Is this question for me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, last year we had more participation. This year less because COVID situation was worse in Bangladesh. Last year it was better actually. So this year not is worse than last year. That's why we had less student. Also, the time was very minimum this time. So a lot of student was not ready to join, and they have their internal exam like midterm exam and semester exam. Those kind of exam interferes this program also.
So I'd like to open that up to the other panelists. What participation have you seen? What was the difference in 2020 and 2021?
Well,
Sorry.
I like that one myself. We have our program requires each one of the students to basically perform a different task, but that requires them to work together with each one of the other students. And each student was at home and they weren't able to come to school together. So each one of our partner schools had a lot of difficulty in that regard. A lot of our experiments were basically done in the last month when they were able to meet. So it was really a hardship, not only on us, but also on the students.
Yeah, also the like in the STEMX side, the Asteroid simulation is not easy. You have to know how to write code in Java. So we have to train student how to write Java coding, and Android Studio is another they use to write code. So they need different tools like Android Studio, which they can use to write Java code. Then they build the package. Then they have to upload to the simulation environment. So it is little, right now it is very challenging, I would say, but we're trying to make it easier.
Okay, Lori, do you want to address that?
Certainly. So one of the things that we did last year as the pandemic was upon the classrooms and teachers were having to package up things to send home for their students, we upped our engagement by creating individualized student kits where we pre-packaged each one, where teachers just count them out and include them with materials that parents would come pick up. And then that enabled the students, even though they weren't in the classroom together growing with the ExoLab, they were able to grow their own plants. And it was something that even entire families got involved with. We used a video lesson to tell them how to use recyclable materials like a water bottle or a glass jar to set up the experiment in growing clover right there in their homes. And then they were able to track their own data with their experiment that they had put together in their kitchen. So ExoLab worked whether it was in a kitchen or a classroom. And then they had access to the Magnitude platform where we were able to show what was happening in their teacher's ExoLab and what was happening on the International Space Station, and watching that plant for many of them grow for the first time while it's in space. So while there were many challenges, teachers really stepped up and said they still want this hands-on experience for their students, And we just disseminated thousands of kits around the world. So that's what we're planning to do again in partnership with the teachers, because that hands-on experience is so important. When the kids have been doing so much online, they need to get their hands dirty again. They need to get into those lab skills again, and they can certainly do that with these student kits.
Very good. So Gabriella, do you want to address that?
So the difference between last year and this year is that last year, the students here that were working with the ExoLab, they had to do all of the projects and stuff at home. And we were able to work together here on campus to set up our experiment. So that was a bit like, I feel like better of an experience than maybe last year.
Thank you. So Dan, this next question says you have more experience than anyone I know with experiments in space for students. What has been your biggest surprise over the years?
I used to teach at Stanford. I taught there for 10 years. And in doing so, pardon me, lost my, I taught at Stanford for 10 years and I brought the technology down to our high school, and then we actually gave it to the rest of the world, you might say. And what surprised me more than anything else is the competency of the students. We've had several students that have gone directly to medical school, and which is directly attributable to our program, where they're really able to get into the biology and getting to understand how biology really works. We've actually done some really exciting experiments. They're really cutting edge. We've done, so it's really required the students to really dig into it. And it really, when you give that in terms of, put that on your resume, it opens up a lot of doors. We did a lot of protein crystallization experiments on space, which normally is like a Caltech level experiment. And that really surprised me that the kids can actually do that. It just boggles my mind. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So I'm a STEAM teaching artist who has worked in rec centers, elder community centers, as well as schools. If I wanted to spearhead programs, that's your programs, each of your programs at my community center for elders, families, and students, what minimum STEAM background would I need? Yes, NASA is nearby, but not active in outreach here in the DC area. So I guess we'll go around the panel and see what each one says. You want to start, Lori?
We are able to put the ExoLab into informal education environments as well. So Renee Gamba up in Rhode Island was able to put this into a museum setting. We have libraries in Michigan that have used it. So definitely in those after-school programs, the science centers, the museums, it's a different type of engagement, but it's definitely a way that you can extend out into the community. And as far as the expertise, you don't have to be an expert. You are really well supported by our team. We have professional development sessions that we've had going on these last several weeks to help formal and informal educators really get up to speed to being able to do this with any age group. And so it's just a willingness to learn. We are powered by curiosity ourselves and asking these authentic questions, and we don't have all the answers even. So having our students and adults engaged in wanting to learn and wanting to figure out space biology and growing plants in space, it can be done in any setting, whether it is in that home environment, in the classroom, or in the informal education community centers.
So someone else would like to answer that question?
Yeah, I can talk about STEMX. So last year, Bangladesh is my case study actually for Asteroid. So last year we had like a student meeting, which is actually mentoring
meeting every Sunday, and we did a lot of videos, then tutorial to teach student, and they did a lot of practice on the simulation environment. And this year, student actually joined the actual tournament and Kibo RPC. And I was surprised that last year training helped them a lot. And they share, and actually STEMX policy is like, if somebody knows something, you have to share and you have to collaborate, you have to talk to each other. It is not like only me, it is about everybody else. So if any team wins, it is everybody's win. So they like the idea and they help each other. And I saw the result. This year they got third place. This is the first time Bangladesh student is writing code for Asteroid. So it really worked, like collaboration, knowledge sharing, mentoring. It was very hands-on mentoring every week. That helps.
Thank you. So Dan or Gabriella?
Well, I think what's really helped in our case is that we're located in Silicon Valley. And so we have access to a lot of the professors at Stanford. But on the other hand, too, it's a great opportunity for the students to reach out and learn to network. A network is very, very important. At the high school level, then they get to meet professors at different universities, talk to students in different universities. And the luxury we have is that we're number one priority to the space station. We have a higher priority than NASA itself with our experiments, since we pay our own way and we're an educational organization. And we use that, for instance, one experiment we did last year, we collaborated with a professor or one of the researchers at Stanford, who then reached out to another professor at Utah State University, who then actually provided the payload to us from a school in Valencia, Spain. So we're able to network all the way across the country, and the students were able to really appreciate that. And I keep telling them, it's not what you know, it's who you know. It's very, very important in life. So what we try to do is make them, really, we pattern ourselves as the startup companies here at Silicon Valley. We have mentors, we have mentors that help, but also we want the students to manage themselves, learn how to manage, how to do the electrical, mechanical, biological, whatever it takes, and to work as a team. So that way they can actually understand the real world. In fact, it really hit us really hard because on the SpaceX 7, we lost 17 experiments when it blew up.
Saw that.
But the following year, we landed on the barge, which was the first time. So it's a great experience for the students to learn the real world and also to apply what they've learned. A lot of times you learn all this math but never apply it. Here's an opportunity for them to really learn how to use their math and physics and chemistry experiment knowledge.
Very good. So Gabriella.
I'm not really sure. Which question are we on?
I'll repeat it. I'm a STEAM teaching artist who has worked in rec centers, elder community centers, as well as schools. I want to spearhead programs that your programs may come into the community center for elders, families, and students. What minimum STEM background would I need?
So for us, we're a part of ExoLab, so we wouldn't necessarily be able to start any programs, but I know for us, we did join a STEM program, and we didn't necessarily need to have a big STEM background because Magnitude was really helpful in helping us set up and learn all of that. So.
Okay, thank you very much. This one is directed to you, students at Gabriella Music. Wonderful work. Can you share how being involved in this experiment has supported your future career goals? Then they have parenthetical. I know that info is in the presentation, but it would be cool to hear it from you.
I'm interested in the career in medicine, especially like researching medicine. That's something I'd love to do. This has given me a basis of research in biology that I will take with me through the rest of my life. It's been very useful in getting me used to the process of researching something.
I'm interested in a career in aerospace engineering. This experiment has helped me gain skills in data analysis and collection, as well as a better understanding of the effects of microgravity on different organisms.
I'm also interested in aerospace engineering, and the biggest thing that I took away from it was the collaboration that we got to work together with. We had a big team, we saw 6 of us. We also had 4 seniors who worked with us. We all did really work together and really collaborate with each other, especially with COVID and just trying to make sure we could all work together and understand each other and get this project done.
I'm going into a medical career specifically forensic pathology, and this project gave me the opportunity to really explore what a biolab setting is like, since that will be where the majority of my career takes place, and see how research is set up and carried out in a lab.
Thank you. So for the students of Craft Academy, how has a project in space affected your outlook on the world?
I think it's made me have a more positive outlook on the world, seeing that we are trying to research how to fix problems. Just the fact that we're using it to fix everything.
Your audio's been breaking up slightly.
Or just personally, it's given me a more positive outlook on the world. Just the fact that we are trying to research and fix problems that exist is made me more hopeful for our future.
All right, so we have for Lori, you mentioned the next mission launches in less than 2 weeks. Is it too late to be involved?
Well, that spaceship is going to be loaded soon and the seats are filling up. So if someone does want to join us, you might still be able to get in. We have a few tickets left, a few experiment kits remaining. So I would definitely go on, and you can contact me at lori@magnitude.io, and we'll see what we can work out for you to get you on this spacecraft with us for this mission. But if you miss the ship this time, we are going to be gearing up for that ExoLab 10 mission in October of 2022. So we can definitely help you plan for that as well in this coming school year, making the budget requests and materials requests. But yes, we can get a few more passengers on board for ExoLab 9 if they really want to join us. It'd be an exciting way to start the school year. The kids walk in the classroom and you're like, we're going to space, rather than reading a syllabus to them. Let's get them excited about that return to the classroom with an experiment to the ISS.
Excellent. So let's see, how do students collaborate on data collection, data analysis? I think that answer is different for each of the programs. So who wants to jump in here?
Well, I can address it for ExoLab, that all the data is on our Magnitude platform, and they're able to see all the readings and from the sensors in the lab, measuring temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide, luminosity, and we're looking for trends, right? And what's happening in our ground units versus flight experiment. So we have data visualization tool on the platform that shows them the graphs of that data over time. They can also download it into an Excel or Google Sheets file and then work with the data further. We know that organisms have a range of tolerance. And so from our past experiments, when temperature has run a little bit high, what happens to our organisms? They kind of get fried up there. But now if we really idealize that temperature range in which we promote this symbiotic relationship between the plant and bacteria, then we're looking for those kinds of trends and trying to eliminate some of those extra variables too, where there might be some differences. For instance, we know with carbon dioxide levels tend to be higher on the ISS compared to what we have like in a classroom. But there may still be fluctuations of CO2 in a classroom if there are students in there, or if it's at night, or if the temperature during the day is up versus down at night. And so we want to eliminate some of those variables too. So the students help with that analysis because we really want to narrow in and look at this very specific question of how the microgravity environment is affecting that symbiotic relationship. So students are right there in looking at the data, collecting it off the platform and analyzing it to look for these key relationships in nodulation development.
Thank you.
I'd like to answer that part of our question. What we do, we start off with a hypothesis. Each one of the student teams has to develop what their hypothesis is, and not only understand it, but also understand what kind of sensors they need and to what accuracy they need to be able to establish that, yes, their hypothesis is either true or not true. So it actually gets into a lot to engineering. That requires a flow down from, say, the biology team all the way down to the person selecting the specific sensor. For instance, like Lori said, that there's a tremendous amount of CO2 in the air. And we actually have programs that do nothing but measure it. And every time we try to measure it, it's become beyond that. It's above scale. It saturates the sensor. So, and that's why if you notice where the astronauts live, where they sleep at night, they sleep right next to a vent because they want air coming in because the CO2 level is so high. So you have to tolerate all that. Plus it gets up in our area, it gets up to sometimes 38 degrees C. So we're in the process right now of developing a refrigerating unit for our system. So what that allows our students to learn how to do engineering work on the ground and also then be able to take that into space and to use something that cools down our experiments with very, very low electrical energy, which you don't have too much of. So, out of this problem, we're trying to create something good. So an opportunity for the students to solve the problem that we have, which is a general problem that almost everybody aboard space station has, and that's the way they design the cooling system. The cooling system and the inlet and outlet are really tied together, so consequently it's very, very hot.
Thank you.
Okay, I can talk about STEMX side. So as you know, Asteroid is very new, and NASA developed Asteroid to help astronaut on the ISS and do other things like housekeeping and fixing something. So this year, our game story is you have to program the Asteroid robot so that it can fix a leak inside the International Space Station. So Asteroid stays in the docking station in the ISS. So student write code, so undock the Asteroid and go to some point and read the QR code. Read the QR code, and inside the QR code you have XYZ coordinate for next position. So Asteroid has 6 cameras. So it uses navigation camera to read the QR code. And inside the QR code, you have XYZ for next position. So by reading that, it goes to the leak position, like end of the ISS. And then it shoots the laser beam and fix the leak. So when they move from docking station to leak position, there are so many obstacles we call keep out zone, keep in zone. So you have to make sure that you consider those keep out zone, keep in zone when you write programming. So each movement you can visualize in the visualization tool. So and data will stay in the database. You cannot share that data with others because it's your only you can see the visualization. So but the code student stores in the GitHub repository. So you can change your code, you can use that code, you can share that code with others if somebody need any help. So that's the process right now.
Okay, so we're getting close to the end of our time. We've got 5 minutes or so. Do the students want to chime in on this? How do you collaborate on data collection and data analysis?
I can just briefly explain. What we had essentially done for our data collection or our observations was that when our ExoLab module started getting going and the plant started growing, we sent out 5 teams of 2 every day of the week to monitor the module and make sure like the plant was growing, to measure things like the temperature and the CO2 levels to make sure that everything was in a safe and controlled environment, just to make sure that everything was going smoothly, essentially.
Excellent, thank you. So, Dr. Saldana, not what you know, it's who you know. How do you make your network available to those in disadvantaged communities? Do you create teams across school districts?
Well, what we're doing personally right now, we have right around our area, we live in Silicon Valley, but there's a lot of Title I schools in our valley here. So we're actually reaching out to them and making it a no-cost experience for them. Not for this particular program, but for our lower level programs where you actually have kits for an individual student and they actually create an experiment on the ground and then compare it against an experiment that we have aboard the space station. That goes all the way down to, we have several of them all go all the way down to elementary school level. So we're emphasizing that area. Personally, my wife passed away last year and I set up a fund to help those schools in the Salinas Valley, which is has a lot of farm worker students, and it's been very, very successful. We got the last year we've actually been able to outreach 14,000 students in that valley. So there was money well spent, I think, because a lot of those students are just like myself, whose parents came from farm workers.
Very commendable. Thank you.
I want them to have the same opportunity I had. So that's my goal in life.
Thank you very much.
Very, very fruitful. And it makes you feel really, really good when you see these kids go on to Stanford. Get accepted into Stanford, and it makes me cry. It makes it all worthwhile.
So this question is for Mitchell. Do you think students in Bangladesh would be interested in the analog astronaut training program? I'm not that familiar with that.
Excuse me, I didn't understand the last word. It is breaking.
Analog astronaut training program.
Oh, yeah, they'll be interested. Yeah, of course. You see, actually, in Bangladesh, students are very excited about any space-related program. So that is good, because I noticed that when I gave them this Asteroid project, they were very sincere. They worked day and night, and they made it work. So they'll be happy to join those programs. Yeah.
Thank you. So this one is to the students. Did you find you had any ethical questions come up either in your experiment or just in general RE space research in the future?
So the main priority of our experiment is to introduce solving world hunger, but
You're not coming through.
I'll scoot up closer, sorry. Is it better now? I guess.
Go ahead, just speak up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to. Are you able to hear us?
Now, yes.
Much better.
Sorry, the Wi-Fi here is bad. Anyways, so the main purpose of our experiment is to figure out ways to solve world hunger or alleviate that in the best manner possible. But as we're in the beginning stages of that, going through the experiment, we saw that, certain materials were required that are rather expensive. And so it comes down to a question of, how can we make this available to lower income countries over time? Because if we're going to solve world hunger, it has to apply to everyone.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the end of the questions, and we're right on time.
Yes, indeed, George. Thank you so much, everybody. So inspirational. Did I freeze?
Very much.
Oh, rats. Don't know what's going on, but you can hear me?
Yeah, now.
Okay, let me switch my camera. Maybe it's doing that again. There, how's that? There, that's better. Okay.
Nope.
I don't know what's going on with my external camera, but so inspirational, you guys. Everything everybody's doing is just amazing, just fantastic. Congratulations to everybody at the school, Gabriella. That's really cool, and Daniel, very inspiring. Such great stuff to hear, and Lori and Mazzano, excellent stuff. Thank you so much. And George, thank you very much for helping us host this session and getting a lot of good questions across. Really appreciate
Pam
it.
and Alan, for such an awesome conference. This has been a very seamless and good conference.
We're trying. It's a lot of fun. We're having a lot of fun doing it. So yeah, with that, we're going to take a break for about 15 minutes. We'll be back here right around 2:30. We'll convene right in the same Zoom room for our next panel on technology development and demonstration. So please do come back for that one. And thanks everybody again for being here. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Jonathan, good to have you here.
I was just checking to see if I can mute and unmute.
There you go. Looks that way.
Well,
all right, so sit.
I wish I
sit
knew
tight.
the keyboard shortcut, but thanks.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think if you're muted and you just push your space bar, that might unmute you. No, maybe not. All right, well, hang tight and we'll get started in about 5 minutes.
Jim Narashima says he is not declining.
Okay, I'll try again.
He says he has not touched his screen. Yes, join as a panelist. Okay, there he comes.
We know.
Thank you.
Hey, Jonathan, turn off your video. And Alan, you're on Zoom, not on the bridge. But that's fine.
So welcome everybody to our next to last session for the day. And it's the next to last of our presentation sessions. Tomorrow we have posters. This session is technology development and demonstration. And our session chair is Nashiha Prasad. He's with NASA. And Nashiha, would you please go ahead and give us the names of your panelists and what they're going to speak to us about? Prasad, do you hear me? Okay, well, we'll continue. This session has 4 presentations. Asteroid, a free-flying robot enabling technology demonstrations with Jonathan Barlow. Robotic Refueling Mission 3, robotic demonstration of cryogenic fluid line operations for satellite servicing applications with Mark Newman. ArcSat-1 and ArcSat-2, cube satellite missions for technology development of active spectroscopic multi-satellite systems. Oh, Cassandra Smith. And then the last one is ISAC, an integrated system for autonomous and adaptive caretaking with Trey Smith. So we are now going to play the executive summaries. As those are playing, make sure you go to the Q&A button on the bottom of your screen and start putting in your questions. And when we come back on the other side, Prasad will take over and lead the Q&A. So Abigail, or we please go ahead and play our presentations.
Hi, this is the executive summary for Asteroid, a free-flying robot enabling technology demonstrations. Here's a brief look at the agenda. First, a brief introduction to Asteroid. Asteroid is a series of 3 free flyers on the International Space Station. They are battery powered and utilize air propulsion. There's also a docking station for mechanical attachment and power transfer and data transfer. Asteroid is currently active. We've done a number of test sessions, and these are some great photo shots of crew members that have helped us out. The main purpose of Asteroid is as a research testbed. It also demonstrates robotic caretaking and can provide opportunities for future expansion and automation of crew tasks. The use cases that Asteroid was designed for was hosting guest timed experiments, doing remotely operated cameras, work, and sensor surveys. And now on to the final commissioning results. So Asteroid is delivering a fully functional system for guest scientists use. Originally, the commissioning was supposed to go through the end of 2019. That got extended into 2020, and then COVID happened. So we are now finishing up, and we have been able to do a number of repeats because, as with any complex system, there are going to be repeats. And this shows the 2021 activity timeline. There were a lot of activities that we did this year. The ones that are marked with CM stands for crew minimal. Those are activities that were the Asteroid facility doing commissioning activities, getting Asteroid ready for full-time use. And most of the rest of these are user activities. So we were doing user activities while we were commissioning. And here you see the list of commissioning activities. They're all complete, and we are transitioning into just operating with user sites. One of the main improvements that we've been working on was mapping updates. These graphics show the better areas that have more features. Some of that is due to insufficient imagery, but most of it's due to just plain areas that don't have a lot of visual features. Asteroid uses visual landmarks for generating an offline map and then localizes against that map. Another really important improvement that we did during this final phase of commissioning was localization updates. This was the work of Ryan Susan. He did a great job transitioning from an EKF
All right, we are having a little difficulty with the playback. We'll be back to it momentarily.
Locations of our investigators. And I've already mentioned a number of these achievements, but just to add to that, we've done 20 user sessions and we've done long duration, 3 hours of continuous operation without needing to be rescued. And just one word of goodbye to Spheres. Spheres was the previous robotic platform that we were using for hosting guest science payloads, and Asteroid is now replacing it. And just a brief word about potential future investigation. Feel free to look over this list in more detail. We are, as I said, constantly looking for new payloads. And even though commissioning is complete, we will be continuing to improve Asteroid over the years.
Hello and welcome. I'd like to thank you for your interest in this presentation on the Robotic Refueling Mission 3, Robotic Demonstration of Cryogenic Fluid Line Operations for Satellite Servicing Applications. My name is Mark Newman. I'm a system engineer at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, and I was also the hardware manager for the development of the RM3 payload. And I'm really excited to share with you some of the pretty amazing demonstrations we've been able to perform using the ISS dexterous robot. The overall philosophy for the robotic refueling missions was to develop a zero-G testbed for future in-space robotic servicing missions, and also kind of push the technology and to develop advanced space robotic capabilities that are going to be needed for servicing at Gateway and Moon and beyond. RM3 in particular focused on the tools and techniques needed to transfer cryogenic fluids or propellants. These are super cold fluids that require special handling. And some of the images you see here are from previous RM and RM3 demonstrations. So the RM3 payload is kind of like an oversized washing machine. It's 4 feet wide, 3 feet deep, 4 feet tall. And it's built up on this express pallet adapter. So that's an interface plate that is our mechanical connection to the ELC, and it also has electrical and data connections. Inside RM3, the main component is a large source dewar, 42 liters of liquid methane inside the tank. And it's at 93 Kelvin, so that's like minus 180 degrees Celsius. It's pretty cold. And then there's also a receiver dewar that's empty, has 10-liter capacity, and that's where we plan to transfer the liquid to. In between those two, there's 3 different transfer paths. The hard line is always plumbed together, and we can just turn on and off valves to have that as a transfer path. The other 2 are robotically connected. The flex line is the one we're talking about today. So the hose itself is kind of coming out of that blue cradle in the center of RM3. The hose is actually wrapped up in a reel inside. That's the hose management device. There's enough to take up 11 feet of hose. And then we have other avionics and power boxes inside to control things. So the main robotic task on RM3 was to get a flexible cryogen hose from the cradle that's on the leading end of the hose reel over to the cryo port that goes into the receiver tank. So it involved a kind of complex step-by-step procedure for the robot operators, and it also involved using both of the arms on Dexter. Arm 1 used the cryogen service tool to actually attach to the hose and maneuver it and insert it down into the tank. And then the second arm held Viper 2, which is an inspection camera that has a borescope on the end of it that was extended down into the plumbing and through an inspection port, and could observe that the cryo hose was properly inserted, which was a critical step prior to starting to flow the cryogenic fluid. In the main presentation, I'll show you some video footage of the actual flex hose robotic operations that were performed back in October 2020. Again, this was on the exterior of Space Station using the twin-arm dexterous robot, Dexter, along with 2 of our customized RM3 tools, the cryogen servicing tool that was used to manipulate the hose and insert it down into the receiver tank, and then the Viper 2 inspection camera that kind of verified the position. So overall, the operations went very well. We completed all of our objectives, and we also learned a lot about manipulating hoses, long hoses in zero gravity. Again, using the ISS as a test bed was kind of ideal for this type of operation that's hard to do on the ground, and will definitely be worthwhile for applying to future on-orbit servicing missions. Thanks for watching, and please check out the link below if you need more information on the robotic refueling mission demonstrations we performed and how they're being applied to our first real servicing spacecraft, OSAM-1.
Hi everyone, my name is Cassie Sands and I am a graduate student at the University of Arkansas, and I'll be presenting on the ArcSat-1 and ArcSat-2 cube satellite missions for technological development of an active spectroscopic multi-satellite system. So our initial satellite projects are intended to support a longer-term goal of developing a small satellite system or constellation to perform spectroscopic measurements, referred to as a DOS cube system. I'll go into more detail on that later. And these initial operations and functionality will be tested in low Earth orbit using the ISS as a launch platform for the technology development. So ArcSat-1 is as I said, it's our first satellite. It's a 1U CubeSat. We're funded via the CubeSat Launch Initiative CSLI-8, and we are manifested on SpaceX 24 resupply mission launching out of Kennedy Space Center in December 2021. And over here on the right, we have two of our frames, as well as the deorbiter, which is shown on the bottom, for ArcSat-1 that we have machined here at the U of A. ArcSat-2 is a 2U CubeSat. We're funded by NASA EPSCoR ISS, and we're planning to launch on NG-17 on the Cygnus deployer in February of 2022. So as an overview of ArcSat-1, as I said, it's a 1U CubeSat. It hosts a high-powered LED, which you can see here on the -Z face of the satellite, and we will track this from our ground station. Most of the components and subsystems were designed and built here at the University of Arkansas. We're also testing a solid-state inflatable balloon SSIB deorbiting system, and this is applicable to small satellites, not just CubeSats, but satellites up to about 180 kilograms, and it's low power, modular, so it can be fitted on different size spacecraft as needed. And here's an overview of ArcSat-2, which is our second spacecraft project. It's a 2U CubeSat, and it's built on the ArcSat-1 infrastructure. It utilizes the existing electronic stack, and the other about 1U is allocated for the novel CubeSat Agile Propulsion System, CSAPS, used for attitude control. And ArcSat-2 will be launching on the Cygnus NG-17 mission in February of 2022. So the CSAPS propulsion system is a low-cost, biocompatible, non-toxic, non-flammable, non-pressurized propulsion system. It's applicable to nanosats in the 1 to 10 kilogram range. It produces millinewton levels of thrust, about 100 seconds of ISP corresponding to a delta V of about 114 meters per second, which will vary a bit based on your spacecraft mass. Propylene glycol is chosen due to its lower freezing point, limiting expansion. There are 4 10 millinewton nozzles providing 4 degrees of freedom of thrust. No heating is required for less than a minute of operations, but there is a 10-watt integrated heater for longer maneuvers. So over here in the top right, you see a machine prototype of the tank with the baffle. So the Diurnal Atmospheric Surveyor system, or DAS cube system, consists of 1 or more emitting spacecraft and 1 or more chasing spacecraft, with the idea that the 2 of those in conjunction can measure whatever is between the 2 spacecraft. And this is part of the long-term goals of this small satellite system development to perform spectroscopic measurements. It's a type of low-cost active free space spectroscopy with the ability to control spatial and temporal resolution of measurements, including night-side measurements, and would potentially help remove some of the limitations of stellar and solar occultations. So in conclusion, ArcSat-1, the first student satellite in the state of Arkansas, will launch in December of 2021. This will constitute our initial flight and operational demonstrations. The payload is focused on the high-power LED and SSIB small-sat deorbiting system, and the follow-on project of ArcSat-2 is the CubeSat propulsion system. Further investigations into the use of the DOS Cube system for planetary science measurements are also ongoing at the University of Arkansas.
Hi, I'm Trey Smith. I'll be giving a brief executive summary of progress so far on the ISSC project. ISSC is a 3-year research project running from 2020 to 2022. We're developing technology for autonomous caretaking of spacecraft, primarily during uncrewed mission phases. Our goal is to integrate autonomous intervehicular robots, or IVR, both with spacecraft infrastructure systems like power and life support, as well as with ground control. We're focusing on capabilities required for NASA's Gateway outpost near the Moon, but that also apply to human missions to Mars and beyond. Our approach is to test with existing IVR on the ISS, robots like Asteroid and Robotic, but we're using them as an analog for future IVR that will be deployed on Gateway. The ISSC project is motivated by recognizing that future human missions like the Gateway will be uncrewed for extended periods. During these periods, we need autonomous systems that can detect, isolate, and recover from faults, perform routine maintenance, transfer cargo and track inventory, as well as a variety of other tasks. Through all of this, we have to minimize our reliance on ground operators because of the long communication latency and extended loss of signal periods. ISSC is providing the glue between robots and vehicle systems through 3 technical thrusts. Integrated data is about connecting the models and telemetry from different subsystems so all the data can be analyzed together. Coordinated execution is about a unified commanding system that coordinates different vehicle subsystems and robots acting together, including replanning when contingencies come up during execution. The integrated control interface is about providing a tool to help ground operators understand and manage the integrated system with a unified interface that ties into the different subsystems, as well as the coordination layer that sits above them. The technical thrusts we just discussed are cross-cutting for a variety of applications. We also have what we call capability areas, or ways we can apply those technical thrusts. Autonomous state assessment is about staying aware of the vehicle state during uncrewed periods, using IVR and vehicle sensing together to identify any developing issues. Autonomous logistics management is looking at a cargo transfer scenario, with the background that we may have uncrewed cargo vehicles visiting Gateway, and the robots should be able to handle unpacking them and save the crew time. Integrated fault management looks at how vehicle subsystems and IVR can work together to manage faults, and we have a motivating scenario where the vehicle sensors detect an air leak caused by micrometeoroid impact, then 2 robots coordinate to find and patch the leak. So far, ISSC has executed 3 ISS activities between February and April of this year. Now we'll show you a video of one of our ISSC demonstrations, where Asteroid flies an autonomous survey pattern to collect multi-sensor imagery and build a 3D map. This data was collected during our 3rd ISS activity, and we're playing it on fast forward so we can get through it quickly. In the video, we cycle between 3 different views. One is from an ISS camcorder watching Asteroid. One is what Asteroid itself sees with its navigation camera. The last is what the ground operator sees in our ISSC interface, which provides a live view of Asteroid's position and the 3D map that the ISSC software is building as the data streams in from Asteroid. During this survey, Asteroid autonomously flew a coverage pattern that covered about 1/4 of the Japanese Kibo module of the ISS. An automated planner optimized the coverage pattern to collect a complete set of high-quality image data in minimum time. A ground operator was overseeing execution, and they did have to step in a couple of times to get Asteroid back on track after hiccups in execution. At the end, we'll take a tour of the final 3D map. First, we have an overview showing the whole model. Then we see the aft wall of Kibo, then the forward wall, then looking down at the deck, then looking up at the overhead. Last, we zoom into full resolution, which, as you can see, is good enough to pick out a lot of fine detail and even read inventory labels. The multi-sensor mapping demo you just saw was part of ISSC Phase 1, which we recently completed. We also demonstrated anomaly detection during our 3 ISS activities completed so far. We're just about to wrap up Phase 2 of ISSC, where we are enhancing our integrated control interface and performing coordinated multi-robot tasks in which Robonaut and Asteroid work together on a cargo transfer scenario, including an automated planning system that sequences out their respective tasks and can replan in case of issues that come up during execution. And in ISSC Phase 3, starting soon, we'll focus on a fault management scenario. We hope you enjoyed this brief executive summary. If you'd like to hear more,
We're back and ready to move forward. There was some very interesting videos. I'm sorry we had a couple of projection issues with them. Some of them were within the videos and some within the system that we're using, the Zoom system that we're using. But I think everybody got the primary thrust of the presentations. Now, go ahead and continue to put your questions into the Q&A box, and we'll get them forwarded to the briefers as we go forward. So now, Prasad and Jonathan, Mark, Cassandra, and Trey, please turn on your videos and turn your audio on and off as you speak. And Prasad, please go ahead and take us through the Q&A and any questions you have yourself.
Yes, good afternoon all. This is the first question, and this is from Mariam Tarashavili. This question is for Jonathan Barlow, and the question is as follows. How do you upload the data to Asteroid? Is there any preceding machine learning and are the robots constantly adapting changing environments of ISS? What kind of role may these robots play in Artemis missions?
Okay, so there's three basic parts to that question. One is how do we get data up to Asteroid? We use the HOSC Trek KU IP services for uploading data and also for downloading data. I would say mostly we do downloading of data since we're generating data on this, but we are able to upload data that way. Did you have
the second, the second question is there any preceding machine learning and are the robots constantly adapting changing environments of ISS?
Right. So there are some users that are looking at machine learning. The one that comes to mind is SoundSea, which is using acoustics for monitoring machine health. And I believe they're incorporating machine learning, but there's no baseline machine learning on Asteroid itself. And we are doing manual updates for adapting to the environment. And then for the question about the Artemis mission, I think Trey's presentation of what Isaac's doing is probably a good use case. We are doing tech demos and demonstrating how that might happen rather than Asteroid being a system that would be used on Artemis directly.
Okay, the second question from Mariam is, can Asteroid work in, I think I have to read this, work in space outside ISS?
Yeah, Asteroid is designed for inside ISS only.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from Dr. Layat Mohammed, and is will guest science experiments of the international scientists, researchers from any country in the future at ISS? Probably it implies that will there be any international scientists or researchers participating the future ISS experiments or activities?
So I'm gonna assume that's related to Asteroid because I think that's the one that it relates to mostly. And I would say yes, we currently have investigations. We just finished one that was from research. We do stuff with JAXA. I would say that currently we are open for international partners as well.
I think just a comment to all the people who are trying to ask questions, please also indicate to whom the question has to be directed to. So the next question is, let me scroll here. Yeah, next question comes from Elizabeth Wallace. I think the screen is scrolling back. Okay, congratulations on ArcSat. When, if it outlives its usefulness, and how will it deorbit it so that it does not contribute to space debris? I think this question is for ArcSat presentation.
Oh yeah, thanks for your question. So first of all, there is more detail about this in the longer form presentation if you want to go back and look at it later. But essentially at the end of our science mission, on the bottom face of our satellite, there's a little door essentially that opens up, and there's a space grade material. And there's these nanowells of sodium azide, which is a solid, but when it's heated up, it releases nitrogen gas, and essentially that inflates the balloon. That will greatly increase the surface area and therefore aerodynamic drag, and then it will deorbit from there. And that's our first time testing it. And it, like I said in the presentation, it's not just for CubeSats, it could work up to satellites of 180 kilograms. Essentially, we have different size arrays of nanowells for larger spacecraft. So let me know if that answered that.
Thanks, Cassandra. The next question again comes from Miriam, and this is for Trey Smith. And what's ready as an actual hardware of ISAC? Did you think about combining ISAC with the Boston Dynamics Atlas? I think Trey Smith, your mic is muted.
No audio, Trey. Not getting any audio from you, Trey. Sorry. All right, we'll come back to Trey.
Okay. The next question is from Edward, and it doesn't say to whom, but let me read the question. I have created a computer interface system that I have tested with airline pilots to be at least 5 times quicker to get information. What do I talk to start testing this system with the astronauts? I think anybody could take this. I suppose Mark. Because this question, Edward has not indicated to whom the question is directed to. Probably, if you think that the question is appropriate to your work, please go ahead and answer.
I can take a crack at it. I would recommend you contact the National Lab. They do sponsor payloads for doing investigations with crew members. If you're interested in specifically in Asteroid, I would go to nasa.gov/Asteroid, and you can find contact information there to send to.
Any comments from others? Okay. This question is from Dimitri. This is for ArcSat presentation. Cassandra, please briefly describe your deorbiting inflatable system operation and payload recovery operations. Thank you.
Sure. So as far as the deployment initially itself, I think that was covered by the initial question. But we don't have a payload recovery. We're just going to burn up on reentry. We're actually required to not have any high temperature metals or anything like that. So we'll just burn up on reentry.
Thank you. This is from Ben, and this question is for Jonathan. What's the download rate? Do they have onboard data storage or computing capacity?
So I've reported on Asteroid specs at previous ISSR&D conferences, but they do have onboard storage, about 50 gigs or so per processor, and we have 3 internal processors. Download rate depends a lot on what the HOSC provides to us. Usually we request between 2 and 10 megabits per second.
Thanks, Jonathan. The next question is from Liam Kennedy. This is for Asteroid, Jonathan Barlow. Has there been any thought to using the HPE spaceborne computing device to support machine learning for Asteroid directly on the ISS without needing to downlink?
I would say that sounds like a great idea. I have not heard of anyone trying to do that. For Asteroid, the baseline system, we are now transitioning to a supporting user role rather than testing out new parts of the
Thank you, Jonathan. And I think we would like to request more questions. If there are any more questions, could you please send us as soon as you can? This question is from, I think, Larissa. And the question is generally, I think, so what is the future of ISS and how citizen scientists are participating in the ISS activities? Anybody could take a crack at it, and if you could just give your comments or remarks. Mark Newman, I think you have not spoken so far. If you could.
Sure. Yeah, I can take a crack at this. As far as the future of ISS, I mean, I think it's fully functional as a national lab now, and I think we want to keep it going as long as possible. For the experiments that I've been involved in, it's been mostly external, like robotic servicing demonstrations, and we definitely have plans to do more in the future. And it's a great platform for what we plan to do at Gateway, around the moon and even going to Mars for zero gravity demonstrations. So I think it's definitely still a viable platform for future use.
Thank you. This question is again from Miriam, and this is for Trey Smith. I hope that Trey Smith's mic is working right now. The question is, what's ready as an actual hardware of ISAC? Did you think about combining ISAC with the Boston Dynamics Atlas? If you could, if mic is working.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear.
Great. Yeah, sure. It's an interesting idea to try and use the Boston Dynamics Atlas robot. From the beginning of the ISAC project, we were, one of the important themes is integration of multiple robots with the vehicle. And we were planning to do coordinated operations between Asteroid and the Robonaut humanoid robot on the International Space Station. We've run into challenges because the Robonaut currently is not available on the ISS, but we're still hoping that either Robonaut will be launched before the end of the ISAC project, or there might be an alternative dexterous manipulator that becomes available inside the ISS during that time. And if you're not familiar with Robonaut, you can find a lot of information online about that. And the same group at JSC that developed Robonaut has also been involved in the Valkyrie robot more recently, so you can read about that.
Thanks, Trey. This question comes from Kajan. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. The question is, what are the shortcomings of a cryogenic workings, if there are any? This question is for Trey again.
The cryogenics, that's probably not for me.
Oh, the question is directed to you, but probably if it belongs to somebody else. Oh, okay, go ahead, Mark. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the demonstrations we were performing were using cryogenic fluid, actually liquid methane. So the shortcomings is just trying to keep the liquid cold. We don't want ice crystals forming or evaporating away. So you just have to take special precautions for, keeping it contained and at temperature.
Thanks, Mark. The next question is again from Kajan, and it is for Jonathan Barlow. How many motors are needed to move Asteroid?
Here we go. There are two impeller fans, so we call them propulsion modules, on either side of Asteroid. There's a propulsion module. They draw air in from the environment, and then they are directed out the propulsion module through a series of nozzles that give it holonomic control. It means it comes in any direction.
Thanks, Jonathan. This question is to Mark from Ben. Is your experiment related to orbit fabs, or are you a separate project?
Yeah, we are definitely a separate project. Actually, I'm not really familiar with Orbit Fab itself. We are directly a NASA payload. So there's really not a commercial partner at the moment.
Okay, I think there are no more questions. But again, this question comes from Jim Way, and for each panelist, what was the biggest surprise you came across for each of your presented projects? And Jonathan, you go first and continue.
So the biggest surprise for us, I think, was just how quickly the environment inside the International Space Station changes and how often we would need to update the maps for our robot.
Thank you. Cassandra?
I think for us, the biggest surprise so far is just how much documentation is required to get something into space and how detailed all of that has to be. But we're planning to launch soon, so I'm sure we'll have lots more to learn after that happens.
Thanks, Cassandra. Mark?
Sure. For us, I can say definitely, we were dealing with having a robot move these long hoses around, 11-foot long hose. And it was something that was definitely difficult to demonstrate on the ground, how that hose was going to behave. And we did see, during our main demonstration, how it kind of ended up in a corkscrew configuration. And that was something we had never, observed for ground testing. And unfortunately, it did work itself out, but that was something we couldn't really plan for. So it's, we're trying to identify any other ways we could, simulate this on the ground using like neutral buoyancy testing or air-bearing tables, but we have not come up with anything better than doing an ISS demonstration. So that's really the ideal location to do these kind of demonstrations.
Thanks, Mark. Ray?
I would say COVID was a big surprise for us, like it was for everybody. And I wanted to mention, the special role that it played with the Asteroid facility. The Asteroids had been controlled with a centralized remote operations strategy, meaning the entire operations team was co-located in Operations Center at NASA Ames. But when the center closed, the team was able to adapt quite rapidly. Luckily, there had always been a plan to tie in guest scientists remotely from their own research institution. So I think the team was able to scale up the video conferencing and other tools to sort of tie together the whole team. And that was a big success. And I think that even after Ames reopens, distributed remote operations may continue to play a big role in the project.
Thanks, Ray. I think there's one more question from, maybe this is the first question from Marufa. Marufa asks, this question is to Cassandra. Which locations will those CubeSats fly? Geo or Leo or somewhere else?
Yeah, so we're launching off the ISS, so they're both going to be in low Earth orbit. Because our second satellite does have propulsion system, even though it's only for attitude control, it doesn't change our orbit. We are required to launch on the Cygnus, which actually goes to a slightly higher orbital altitude than the ISS, just to prevent any possible conjunction or interference with those orbits.
Again, there's a question from Jim to Mark. How soon do you see, do you foresee actual application of your technology?
Sure. Actually, we are applying it right now. We are in the process of building an actual servicing spacecraft at NASA Goddard. It's called OSAM-1, and we're planning to actually refuel a Landsat 6 satellite that's actually toward its end of its life. It's not very useful at the moment, but if we can refuel it, we can extend its life for several more years. And so we are actively, developing that hardware. I believe launch is not till 2026, so there's still some more development to go, but it is in work.
Thanks, Mark. I think that there is a part of the question that was left unanswered, that is from Larissa. the part of the question that is how citizen scientists are participating in the ISS activities. You can, Jonathan can start if there is any information from your side, and each one of you can take a crack at it.
So this seems similar to an earlier question. If my answer sounds the same, it's probably because of that. The National Lab, I think, is doing a great job of taking proposals and supporting people doing research on ISS. Astronaut certainly welcomes all researchers from citizens to countries.
Thanks, Jonathan. Cassandra, do you have a comment about this particular question?
Again, like someone else said, the work we're doing is external, so we're not directly involved with the astronauts necessarily. But we do have, myself, other graduate students, and as well as undergraduate students working on the project and contributing to something that's flying into space. So I guess that'd be my contribution to that.
Thanks, Cassandra. Mark?
Yeah, I'd also say we're also external and doing more kind of engineering evaluations. So we currently don't have actually any scientists on our project. But I'm sure there's always experiments going up the space station, even external and internal. That again, I think the national labs would be a good place to start to look into what's available.
Thanks, Mark. Trey?
Well, maybe I'll answer a little bit more about the Asteroid facility rather than Isaac specifically. Citizen science, if I broaden that to think a little bit more about public outreach in general, maybe the closest one to citizen science is I believe there was a proposal to carry an air quality payload on Asteroid that's part of an outreach activity where students would be positioning the same air quality sensor around their neighborhood and then comparing the results on the ISS as captured by Asteroid to the results on the ground. There are a lot of other, interesting outreach things going on. One is the Cmo Robot Programming Challenge. The second finals of that is coming right up, and that is international students from the Asia Pacific region using Asteroid to basically there's a simulation of Asteroid running through a scenario, and the best student programmers, their finalist code gets to run on the Asteroid and perform actual activities on the ISS. So that's coming up really soon. Another really interesting project is there are two video games in development by the Academy of Art University in San Francisco that are educational video games about Asteroid.
Thanks, Trey. I think the next question from Jim might have been answered by Jonathan, but I will try again.
Our summaries, we are now out of time. It's time to move on. And you have really had a rapid fire set of questions and answers from this team. And thank you all very much. And thank you for paying such strong attention to it. We will come back in 15 minutes, and that's at 3:30. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, I am 15 minutes early. I apologize. You guys are moving
No
through
problem.
so much material. So just keep going. Just keep going.
Then. I think there are 2 or 3 questions left, but let me try this. This question is again for Jonathan. I think you have answered this question, but the Jim might want to hear it again or maybe expand on that. Yeah. What are the future tests and uses for Asteroid?
Yeah, so I was actually, since we were being cut off, I was starting to type my answer, but yeah, absolutely. That we are testing about once a week these days. So we're getting in multiple tests every month, and these are user tests. So the interesting thing about Asteroid is the ability for payloads to add things to Asteroid. Sorry about the background noise there. For payloads, the users to add things to Asteroid to do testing with that.
Thanks, Jonathan. This question comes from Izanul Chowdhury. to Jonathan again. He says I run STEMX 365, which has online Asteroid lab. Students from Bangladesh is using my online lab to learn Asteroid simulation. Is it possible for STEMX 365 to test students' code in a real hardware on the ISS?
Absolutely. So that's Trey already mentioned the Kibo Robotic Programming Challenge. We shortened it to Kibo RPC. That is one that's ongoing right now. It's a JAXA-led Asia Pacific area. That might be a good one to tie in with. There is plans and efforts moving forward to port Zero Robotics, which was a student programming competition that was on Spheres, port that over to Asteroid. So you should be seeing that. And that's a more, I think, middle school, high school age programming competition. If you're looking for something more custom, then you should contact us and we'll see what we can do.
Thanks, Jonathan. This question comes from George, and this is for entire panel. I think Jonathan may go first. What do you foresee for your projects over the next 2 to 5 years?
So I foresee us doing multiple activities every month, supporting users. There's a potential to commission another Asteroid. So we have 3 units that are on orbit, and we have 2 that are out of the box and functioning right now. There's a few other small tasks that we might do to update and improve Asteroid over the next few years.
Jonathan, the last part we couldn't hear because audio was muted.
Oh, so the last part I think I said was just that it was, we might do a couple of small activities for improving Asteroid during those next few years.
I think we have the same problem, but let me go to Cassandra first, next actually, see whether the mic works. Cassandra, you take a chance to take a shot at this question.
Sure. So in the next 2 to 5 years, we plan to launch and have 2 successful satellites.
I think, again, we are not, I'm not hearing. I don't know whether Alan and others are hearing.
Yeah, Prasad, I'm hearing him loud and clear. So
I heard Jonathan also when he was talking.
Yeah, Prasad, are you able to hear us? Prasad, can you hear us?
All right.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and move on. And Jim, if you'd text with him and get him.
You bet.
To do that. All right, so Cassandra, just go ahead and continue.
Sure, thanks. So yeah, we plan to have 2 satellites and be able to communicate with them. We would ideally like to see data from a successful launch of our deorbiter on our first mission, and for the second to successfully demonstrate our propulsion system in space. And I'm sure we'll have plenty of lessons learned.
I'm not sure everybody is hearing this. I'm not hearing Cassandra.
It seems like most people are. Is that still the case?
You're still good, Cassandra. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What was I saying? Sorry, I lost my train of thought a bit.
Okay. Come back in.
Yeah, I think we'll have plenty of lessons learned. I think the only other thing I was going to say is that ArcSat 1 and ArcSat 2 are spaced apart such that anything that we learn or anything that goes wrong on ArcSat 1, we'll be able to incorporate those changes in hardware programming on ArcSat 2.
Okay, and while we still have you, why are you launching off ISS?
Because we are funded on a payload there. It's not a requirement that we launch at that orbit or anything. It's just the way we're getting to space.
Okay. And
I think that, sorry, I think the negotiations or whatever happened before I started on the project. So I maybe don't know all those details very intimately.
Okay. And one for the cryogenic fluid transfer. Is there any application of what you're doing there to the planned lunar exploration or the low Earth orbit activities by either ULA or SpaceX or Dynamics?
Yeah, it's a great question. And yeah, there definitely is some crossover. We've done some work on developing like coupling systems to make it easier for robots to actually mate up poses and and make these connections. What we did on space station, we kind of did how we could, service a legacy satellite that was not designed to be serviced, and then also test out some improvements that could be, if it was added on to future satellites in advance, would make the robotic operations easier. So a lot of those discussions are in work for a lot of the gateway development.
Okay, and Prasad, are you able to hear us now? Okay, he still can't hear us. Okay, so Cassandra, can you describe the propulsion system testing you did before you went to space?
So we're actually building our initial prototypes for that right now, and we haven't tested on that prototype itself. And a lot of that testing also was done before I got here, and I'm not super involved with that particular part of it. So I can't really speak to those details super well right now. I apologize.
Okay, then that's fine. You can't be there forever. None of us can. So we have one here. I was trying to make some notes, so I don't know if it's already been answered. Mr. Jonathan, I run STEMX 365, which has online Astronaut lab. Students from Bangladesh are using my online lab to learn Astronaut simulation. Is it possible for STEMX 365 to test students' code in real hardware on ISS?
Yeah, I think I already answered that question.
Okay, thank you. I thought I heard some of that, but I was in the middle of trying to make some notes and work some communications issues. So now, do we have anything that the panelists would like to ask each other? Usually we get some kind of conversation like this and somebody says something that surprises one of the other panelists. So did you hear something that surprised you from one of the other panelists that you'd like to explore a little bit? Mark, you need to unmute. You're either speaking or grimacing.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I just had a question about Asteroid use and just how long it's capable of running autonomously as far as battery life, or how long are the experiments lasting typically?
Yeah, we usually find after 3 to 4 hours our batteries need a recharge. We do have multiple Asteroids, so we can swap them out if we need to do something long duration kind of a thing. We also have backup batteries. A crew member can swap those batteries out for us, but that's typically how long we can run, and that's actually pretty good as far as our normal data recording. We're usually taking a lot of imagers we're running, and so our memory will fill up in about that same amount of time. So it's just based on battery and memory limitations.
I'm sure you can do a lot in 3 hours. That sounds great.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so there was some discussion about the Asteroid and its phases as it is in its project and the autonomous maintenance activities. Could you guys, both of you, talk a little bit more about how you're coordinating transition and coordinating activities between your two different projects?
So it's interesting you should mention that. So Trey was the lead engineer when Asteroid was designed. And so I kind of took over that role after he was done. So we've already transitioned from active Asteroid development to user supporting roles. So the relationship between the Isaac project, which Trey is now doing, and Asteroid is we provide the platform, and we're doing a supportive role supporting integration of those users. And then users can come and use our platform frequently or infrequently as they need.
Okay.
That's a great answer, Jonathan. And then I guess I could talk about another aspect of transition, which is the kinds of technologies that we're developing on Isaac and trying to transition them to future intravehicular robotic platforms on the Gateway or other missions. Right now, we don't have a really well-defined IVR platform for the Gateway. but we're trying to keep tabs on that. There is an IVR working group for the Gateway that's trying to define requirements to support robotics. And as that situation evolves, we'll probably sort of adjust our testing strategy to be closer to what that platform can support. And we have a memorandum of understanding with the Gateway program to try and facilitate infusion into the mission.
All right, moving forward. Mark, I guess this is probably going to be the last question. So we'll let you expound a little bit. There are a number of other companies and agencies that are developing in-space, in-flight, servicing, reservicing, maintenance type programs. Is there any coordination between what you're doing and some of these other more commercial programs?
Actually, yes, definitely. We are looking for, trying to share some of the technology that we're developing, just because this was all a NASA funded project. That we want to share this. We want to get this technology out to commercial partners, and we do have industry days, and invite any commercial vendors that are interested in the technology to come here where we have to offer and possibly partner on future missions. So yeah, that's definitely part of what we plan to do.
And is your program a follow-on to or a parallel to the DARPA servicing projects that have existed a few years in the past?
It's not really a follow-on. We are aware of what they were working and they had to develop the entire robot arm. For our robotic refueling missions on ISS, we were using the station arm. But there definitely are some lessons learned that we can both share and combine for future projects.
Okay, superb. All right, now it's time. We did fill up an extra 15 minutes with lots of good material, and I'm glad that I was caught and told not to shut things down. So thank you guys that said it's not time, and thank you for Jim for jumping in my ear and holding me back a little bit. Sometimes I get ahead of myself, as all of us do in this world. So our next session is at 3:45, yep. And then there's another technology development session, and it's got 4 presentations. We invite all of you folks to come back and attend that session. So Prasad and Mark and Trey and Cassandra and Jonathan, thank you very much. And we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well put. Yeah, it sounds like equipment or something on his end. Okay, can you hear me, Prasad?
Oh, I can hear you. Yeah, yeah.
Wait, actually, sorry, I had to mute the bridge. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, in Zoom. Okay, good.
Okay. Can you hear me when I talk to the computer?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm having my phone also on actually. So.
Right. Nope, I hear you loud and clear on the computer. Good. All right.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, mute for now, and we'll get started back up here in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Hello again, everybody. I'm Jim Way, Executive Director of this here Astronautical Society thing. Thank you very much for sticking with us to the end of the day. We do have a really cool session for you, a second session on technology development and demonstration. This is the cutting edge stuff that we all like to hear about and read about. And so we've got some experts to talk about it. We're going to have a lot of fun with this one. So with that, Prasad, if you could come on, let's check your connection and see how you're working now. Let's see if your video comes on, Prasad. Maybe you're working on it.
No, I unmuted it and I also clicked on stop the video. The video should be there.
Oh,
Yes.
there you go. Perfect. There you are. So Prasad, if you want to introduce our 5 presentations and the authors, and then we'll go into the executive summary recordings.
Okay. This is the second session. Can I start?
Yep, please do.
Yeah. This is the second session or the last session titled Technology Development and Demonstration, second. And the first talk is given by Mark Shumura, and the title of his talk is Extending Alpha Space ISS Commercial Services to the Moon. The next talk is given by Tony Varghese, and his presentation is titled Multi-Printer Additive Manufacturing of Flexible and Lightweight Thermoelectric Energy Harvesters Using Colloidal Nanoparticles. The next talk will be presented by Dmitry Starodubov. The title is The Commercial Material Processing in Space, New Challenges and New Opportunities. The next talk is given by Ethan, and the title is A Modular Agricultural Nanolab for the Advancement of Accessible Plant Science in Microgravity. And the last presentation would be given by Heath Mills on on-orbit temperature logger to enhance mission assurance for biomanufacturing systems. And we welcome all the speakers, and I think the first presentation would be from Mark Shumera from Alpha Space Houston. Please go ahead.
And we're going to run them all back to back. So as soon as those come up, here they go.
Hello, I'm Mark Shumera, Vice President of Space Services for Alpha Space. It's a pleasure to talk to you today about expanding space testing as a service from ISS and low Earth orbit to the lunar surface. I will highlight how Alpha Space's experience operating the MISSI facility on ISS provided us with a solid development basis for 2 new commercial lunar testing platforms. Our commercial space platforms include MISSI, the Regolith Adherence Characterization Platform, RAC for short, and the Space Science Test and Evaluation Facility, or STEF. MISSI is a commercial external facility on the ISS used for basic science as well as for complex technology demonstrations. There are MISSI missions about every 6 months to exchange carriers containing integrated test articles. RAC focuses on studying material interaction with regolith and will be delivered for flight later this year. Its first flight is manifested on Eclipse 19D mission. STEF is just starting development, and its first flight is planned for a lunar mission in 2024. It's a platform for demonstrating technologies like electronics, sensors, and even optics. The first STEF mission is being funded through a NASA Tipping Point Solicitation Award, as well as company investment. For RAC and STEF, we wanted to use our MISSI experience to avoid what didn't work well while retaining what did. We were surprised that the demand from the space material science market turned out to be less robust than expected on MISSI. However, demand from technology demonstrations was quite large. To avoid surprises for RAC and STEF, we made sure to focus each platform in areas that have evidence of significant interest, either from NASA and/or commercial entities. RAC is laser focused on a particularly big pain point for lunar exploration. That's how to minimize the buildup of regolith on lunar hardware, which can cause equipment failure and even threaten the health of astronauts. We kept the MISSE space testing as a service model, which has proven its value, and both lunar platforms continue the practice of aggregating customers. Launches to the moon are probably not going to be as predictable as to the ISS, and returns are, for now at least, not in the equation. We will continue to offer turnkey, fixed-price contracting, but we will not presume that any position or location of rack or STEF is any more valuable like another. Like MISSE, rack and STEF will continue to protect the experiments from events that could affect customer results. STEF is focused on technology demonstrations, so we know from MISSE that robust power, data, and commanding capabilities are key to securing customers. We will continue to use COTS components for both lunar platforms, but given the extreme environment, we are building in more resilience, especially in the electronics. RAC has 2 disks with identical samples. One disk will be exposed for the entire mission from launch through the end of the mission, and the other will be covered until after landing on the moon. Once on the lunar surface, cameras will take close-up images of each sample so that the amount of regolith adhered to each can be quantified. We expect to fly RAC on several CLIPS lunar lander missions to different regions on the moon. STEF is closed until after landing and opens using a 270-degree hinge. Customer technology demonstrations will share power, data downlink, and commanding capabilities, providing near real-time operational information during the 14-day mission. Virtually any type of technology can be integrated into STEF. In conclusion, we're pleased that the space testing as a service has proven to be a very robust business model. Aggregating customers onto a common carrier reduced experiment mass and development costs and helps to broaden access to space testing. With RAC and STEF, we focused on different discrete segments of the space testing market, which we believe both have strong demand. And finally, as others have also demonstrated, using commercial off-the-shelf components in the right way is an effective way to reduce costs and gain functionality without sacrificing effectiveness. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Please contact us if you have any questions or would like more information about MISSE, RAC, or STEF. Thank you again.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony Varghese. I'll be presenting additive manufacturing of flexible thermoelectric generators using colloidal nanoparticle. Executive summary. Transforming thermoelectric nanomaterial into a functional thermoelectric generators using conventional manufacturing process is the biggest bottleneck of thermoelectric energy generation. Using conventional manufacturing process, nanomaterials are compressed into a disc and then diced into rectangular columns and arranged onto a ceramic substrate. This is a very time-consuming manufacturing process, and the cost of manufacturing is also very high. Due to the brittle nature of thermoelectric materials, the scalability and the material waste are also an issue for this manufacturing process. Once the thermoelectric generators are manufactured, the devices are rigid because of the ceramic substrate and heavy that also limit their applications. Also, the durability of this thermoelectric material is also very limited. In order to overcome these difficulties, we have developed an additive manufacturing process for flexible thermoelectric generators using colloidal nanoparticles. It starts with a scalable nanomaterial synthesis. Using this, we can have a precise control over the size and doping level of this nanomaterial, offering superior thermoelectric performance for these synthesized nanomaterials. Once the nanomaterials are prepared, they are transformed into a printable paste. This printable paste can be deposited onto flexible substrate using multiple printer additive manufacturing methods. A finite element analysis is also performed on these devices to better understand the performance and the dimensions of these printed devices. Once the thermoelectric materials are deposited onto the flexible substrate, they undergo photonic sintering. Photonic sintering offers a large-scale production and a lower-cost manufacturing of thermoelectric generations. Since the photonic sintering only takes few milliseconds to manufacture a thermoelectric generator, it offers a roll-to-roll manufacturing of flexible thermoelectric generators. In addition to developing an additive manufacturing process for thermoelectric generators, we have also proven that adding extra additives into thermoelectric paste could enhance the performance of a thermoelectric generator. In this case, we have studied a low-temperature tellurium nanoparticle addition into a screen printing paste in order to get a high-performing flexible thermoelectric generators. Our printed thermoelectric generator shows the same property as that of a bulk thermoelectric generator using conventional manufacturing process. This liquid tellurium phase in the thermoelectric generator acts as an improvement for the electrical conductivity and also reducing the scattering performance of the phonons in the printed thermoelectric generator, offering a high room temperature CT value for these thermoelectric generators. We have also developed thermoelectric inks compatible with aerosol jet printing, plasma jet printing, and photonic sintering. These open up new opportunities for thermoelectric materials to be used as a flexible 2D material and also a 3D conformer device applications. This ultra-fast and low-cost manufacturing process offers new opportunities for thermoelectric materials to be used as an energy harvester, thermoelectric cooler, in wearables, flexible electronics, and Internet of Things. Finally, I would like to thank my co-authors for their contributions towards the work and all of our funding sources. Idaho National Lab, Center for Advanced Energy Studies, Idaho Falls, and NASA EPSCoR for their support for the research, and iGEM Commerce for their support for commercializing our thermoelectric nanomaterials. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, this is Dmitry Starodubov with FOMS. My presentation today is about commercial material processing in space. My co-authors are Kyle McCormack, Michael DeLosa, Emily Elderly, Charles Zhang, and Leo Wolfson. This opportunity of affordable space access that we have right now opens up an exciting field of building space factories on low Earth orbit. The precious space on the International Space Station calls for dedicated facilities that could be reconfigurable from one configuration to another with an open architecture. FOMS has established and successfully tested the first modular material processing facility on International Space Station in 2020 in a double locker form factor and reconfigurable configuration that you see behind me. So on the first picture, you see Dr. Shannon Walker installing this FOMS double locker facility on International Space Station. This unique modular hardware enables seamless transfer of these manufacturing payloads from the microgravity glove box facility to dedicated express docking configuration that you see behind me. The hardware that we have is operated from the ground control center here in San Diego, California, with real-time process controls, telemetry data, and multiple video feeds from built-in cameras. The matching ground testing facility that we have here in San Diego provides an attractive solution for performance verifications of manufacturing hardware before the flight missions. The fabrication modules that we have an open architecture, so that allows us to minimize up and down mass for material processing and address this new challenge with limited up and down mass that we currently face with ISS operations. So this scalable approach provides an attractive solution and alternative for existing MSG and express facilities for automated material processing and commercially sustainable manufacturing on board of International Space Station. The next generation of our hardware, Space Fibers 3 hardware with fully automated operation and open architecture, is set for the flight mission on SpaceX 25 in spring of 2022. This development has been supported by NASA SBIR program and ISS National Lab or CASES grant. Thank you very much for your interest in this development.
Hello, my name is Ethan Barajas.
My name is Ethan Baumhart.
And for the better part of a year, we have worked in the NASA Hunch program in partnership with NanoRacks to develop an agricultural nanolab, a 10 by 10 by 20 centimeter lab that autonomously grows microgreens on the ISS for 1 month at a time. We would like to begin by discussing the background on the agricultural nanolab and why it is so important. Space exploration is growing extremely rapidly, and we already have goals set to put astronauts back on the moon by 2024 and on Mars by 2030. As we know, food is an essential for human life. However, the nutrients in fresh food have a half-life, and in only about 1 to 2 weeks, they can lose up to 50% of their nutritional value. Without a platform to advance plant research in space, food and nutrition become a significant issue for space exploration. Many researchers are interested in conducting plant growth experiments in space. The problem is that it costs a significant amount of time and money to build a new lab and send it to space, taking upwards of 2 years in some scenarios. Our goal is to create a general design which should be controllable so it can be used with different experiments conducted by different researchers. With this in mind, what does a generic agricultural nanolab look like? On this slide, you can see 3 images of the final 3D CAD drawings. Each one gives a different view of the agricultural nanolab without its case on, so you can get a better look at the electronics inside. On the left image, you can see down at the bottom the blue latch and 2 SD cards that allow for swappable programming, as well as the quick release of the acrylic growth chamber in its center. In the center, you can better see that acrylic growth chamber held into its spring quick release mechanism. In the center, you can also see the 2 fans, 2 Raspberry Pis, 2 cameras, and environmental sensors used to monitor and control the plant's growth in the growth chamber. And on the right, you can see the latch used for the quick release mechanism and growth chamber that allow for the quick changing of experiments on the ISS or down here at Earth. Here you can see 3 images of what this prototype looks like in real life. On the left, you can see the case next to the agricultural nanolab, fully enclosed with the growth chamber inside. In the center, you can see the growth outside on its quick release system, along with the 2 SD cards that read and send information to the Raspberry Pis, which control the electronics, controlling the growth chamber and the environmental that it's in. On the right, you can see the case as well as the growth chamber once again, giving you a better view of the new electronics. Using the general figure of about $1,500 per pound to send something to the ISS on the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, the reuse of 1 nanolab saves over $3,000, as each growth chamber weighs in at just under half a pound in comparison to the 2.5 pounds that the nanolab weighs. For the cost of sending 1 full nanolab to the ISS, $3,999, we can conduct around 9 full experiments with the replaceable growth chamber system at about $444.
Finally, we will be talking about how the software can be used to autonomously control the nanolab in space. The Raspberry Pi can connect to a web page called Cayenne, which uses an MQTT server to send real-time data from the Pi to the web page. A more advanced connection is through a VNC server, starting with the opening of a secure shell network, and then running the command VNC server once on the Raspberry Pi through the host computer. Files can be transferred through the VNC server, meaning any pictures or data that the Raspberry Pi is stored on can be transferred from the Raspberry Pi onto the host computer. Data collection and sensor adjustments can be controlled using cron, which is an activity management program that is based off of time and time intervals to run scripts. As a brief summary, the web page-based Cayenne is the easier route to connect to the Raspberry Pi from anywhere in the world. The one downside is that it cannot view photos. While VNC Viewer can be used for both data and photos, along with file transfer, Windows PowerShell knowledge is needed for the prior connection.
Viewed as a teaching tool across the nation, we wanted it to be cost-effective, customizable, and accessible. As we move into university, feel free to contact us. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Heath Mills. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer for Rhodium Scientific. In the presentation today, I will be discussing a new on-orbit temperature logger that we have developed to enhance mission assurance for scientific missions aboard the International Space Station. Rhodium Scientific is a biotechnology company that was founded by Olivia Gomez-Holzhaus in 2014. As a woman, Hispanic-owned small business, Rhodium Scientific specializes in life science, mission integration, and hardware services to help enable microgravity research, production, and commercialization. We are a company that is led by scientists and industry experts to help offer clients mission science resources and strategic partnerships to effectively navigate the unique challenges associated with space-based research. Since 2014, we have been able to and work with over 400 different scientific projects. We have participated in over 20 different space missions, and we currently maintain a portfolio of flight-certified biotech hardware. And as you can see with the mission patches below, we had a very busy 2020, and I look forward to discussing our new hardware that we are presenting here today. But we do this, and Rhodium operates from a science-first strategy. We work with scientists because we are scientists. We work with them to help translate their laboratory protocols into flight operations. We provide a full turnkey project management support so that you can be assured that your hard research and your work that you're doing in your lab is able to be translated into a viable, feasible, functional flight project. And we do that by providing a large amount of quality assurances and controls so that your project provides and produces a product that can be commercializable at the end. What we'll be talking about in detail in the presentation is a new piece of hardware that we developed last year. And this is the Rhodium Science TempLog 20IB. Now this is a programmable temperature humidity logger that was developed in collaboration with iButtonLink and was supported by the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, a division of the Department of Defense. The Rhodium Science TempLog provides accountability during mission operations. And in that way, we are able to provide you a means for tracking the temperature during all flight phases. It is a low-cost temperature and humidity logger. It is compact. It is rugged design so that you can have multiple temperature loggers throughout your hardware profile. We're able to support temperatures down to -40 and as high as +85 Celsius with a temperature logging accuracy of plus or minus 0.2 degrees Celsius. In 2020, we flew the Rhodium Science TempLog in support of 2 different missions, both launched on NG-14. These missions were sponsored by the ISS National Laboratory, and we appreciate their support on our science missions. The two missions were Rhodium In-Flight Biomanufacturing and Rhodium Science Rhizosphere, also known as Soil Health in Space. These missions all had a certain level of success criteria, showing the work and showing the utilization of the Rhodium Science temp log. The temp log was asked to establish a temperature profile for the ambient sample incubation periods, record temperature deviations during those incubation periods, and to determine a rate for temperature equilibration to the cabin ambient environment for those samples. I will go into detail in the full talk about the data and provide you graphs to show what this temperature logger was able to accomplish. For more information, please contact us at Rhodium Scientific. My email address is in the bottom right corner, and I can provide you more information of how to order these temperature loggers and integrate those into your science. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will enjoy the full presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your executive summary presentations. And like Heath just said in his recording, we do recommend highly that you go look at the full presentations that are available in the online program if you have not yet done so. With that, Prasad, if you would come on, turn on your audio and video, and everybody else turn on your video, and we'll get started with the Q&A and discussion portion of this final full session of the event. Before we do, I do want to remind people to please post your questions in the Q&A tool. We've only got a couple so far, but I'm sure there's many, many more out there. So please do submit them, and our panel is ready to hear from you and take your questions. They're looking forward to it. So with that, Prasad, I'll turn it over to you to get the ball rolling.
Thank you so much, Jim. Very interesting presentations. And the first question comes from Ben Mertens. This question is for Mark Shumbera. Could you just come back on your assumptions in slide 9 and how they turned out? Do I understand well that the assumptions highlighted in green have the ones that were validated and the ones striked did not verify? What about the ones that are in gray bullet, 0.6? So let me start with the first question so that we don't get confused. The first question of Ben is, could you just come back on your assumptions in slide 9 and how they turned out?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, and thank you for the question. So yes, the assumptions were categorized. So the green highlighted assumptions did verify. So those were the ones from MISSY that we then applied for our RAC and STEF lunar platforms. And those were, you know, the space testing as a service model was definitely